It's about somewhere between 2:30 and 3 is what
Yeah, all the exhibits are
we kept texting back and forth. I thought it was so ironic. Thanks for yeah, that was quite an event. I was talking to Steve about it. What I showed me, I still remember. I went out to places.
Slide out.
And it worked.
The back door.
Brian and I did a presentation on exactly. Lifelines operations. I think what's coming out
Right there.
yeah.
Anymore, you are exactly right.
because all the time they get down and nobody
I hope they get
It gives us a
so they got it. There's still a lot out here. Around
we were doing that. We were sitting
Sunday.
we got here on Saturday.
oh, he had a speaker.
One day when I was living in Edmonton, I left here and something came on and he was on TV and they were interviewing him.
I used to be stationed in
Yeah, well, I almost set them off the same time. We had just done it about 3 minutes before, so I was like, I don't want to confuse people. We're watching that one down there, Grand Tower.
Yeah, and the other one was circle. And I was at the church, and I was like, okay, I said, this guy's a go. But I never seen one that did that, did a turn and come back. That river always plays the church. I started doing that. I started seeing the signs. I use a flagpole to see which way that went.
Yeah.
And it was going like this, and all of a sudden it went the other way. There you go, Kate.
Have a good one. Thanks for coming.
I know, right?
Yep.
No. It didn't run, love it.
Yeah, it's
Easy guy. Hey Steve. How you doing? Hey Rick. How you doing? I'll let you guys find this guy.
Good morning, everyone. How tired are we this morning? I bet you can't beat my 1 hour of sleep though last night. Hello and welcome, everyone. My name is Christine Welgus. I'm the morning coordination meteorologist at the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Paducah, Kentucky. We are so glad that you are with us here today. This day has been actually in the works now for several years, and we have many parties involved to make today a success. I want to express a special thank you to the man behind the curtains over there, Mr. Brian Manwaring, Murphysboro EMA Director and also a teacher here at Murphysboro High School, for hosting us at this wonderful venue and all the work that he's done. We have a jam-packed agenda for you today with several topics revolving around the tri-state tornado, which occurred on March 18, 1925. Not only will you get a glimpse of what it was like to endure a tornado that devastating, but you will also learn about how far we have come in regards to science, technology, communication, preparedness, response, and recovery, and more over the last 100 years. We truly hope you enjoyed today's event, and also please, during the break and during lunch, please take a look at all the wonderful booths that are here for your enjoyment. So I first would like to call up Mr. Ryan Presley, who did a tremendous amount of work to get this organized and to actually have all the presenters and all the work that was being done. He is a true star in putting this all together. Ryan is a meteorologist at our office, the National Weather Service office in Paducah. He started his career in our office in 1995. I got to the office about 5 years later, so we've been friends for quite a long time. So, Ryan, would you mind coming up?
Thank you all for attending today. Looks like we've got a pretty good attendance here, especially given the weather that we had last night. So I'm sure we'll probably have more people funneling in, maybe that wanted to sleep in a little bit through the morning. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the tri-state tornado. If I could probably spend all day up here talking about what happened. So in order to try to get as much in as possible, I've put together close to a 20-minute video that will kind of give you a good summary as to what happened here. So, let's see here.
The morning of Wednesday, March 18, 1925, was much like any other late winter or early spring day. Clouds, rain, and fog covered much of the region, and temperatures were rather chilly that morning. However, as the day progressed, warm, moist air surged north from the Gulf ahead of a strengthening low-pressure system over the plains. As the low approached, the clash in air masses would trigger a series of horrific events that even today are nearly unimaginable. It was around 1 p.m. on that fateful afternoon, the twister that would later gain the distinction as the tri-state tornado touched down just northwest of Ellington, Missouri. It wasn't long before it claimed its first victim, a farmer in Reynolds County. Moving northeast around 70 miles an hour, the tornado reached the town of Annapolis by 1:15 p.m. The town was virtually wiped out, with approximately 90% of its structures destroyed or significantly damaged. This photograph shows the damage to a general store in downtown Annapolis. Just east of Annapolis, the mining town of Ladana was hit next. Pictured here is damage to the local lead mines. All told, 4 fatalities occurred between Annapolis and Ladana. From there, the tornado tore across the rough terrain of the Ozark foothills in Iron, Madison, and Bollinger counties. Dozens of homes were destroyed across the 3 counties, and over 30 children were injured in 2 Bolivar County schools. This home west of Sedgwickville in northwestern Bolivar County was completely destroyed as the tornado tore through. As the tornado entered Perry County, it was observed as a double funnel for about 3 miles. The town of Beeley was next in line. Here, 4 people were killed and dozens of homes were destroyed by the tornado's escalating force. The tornado went on to claim 2 more victims about 4 miles northeast of Frona as it churned across the rolling hills and lowlands of Perry County towards the Mississippi River. Pictured are the remains of a well-built home occupied by the Perry County District Judge at the time. All told, at least 13 Missourians perished over the 85-mile path of devastation. This alone would have been significant. However, the devastation would escalate to a magnitude beyond comprehension over the next hour as the tornado bore down on southern Illinois. Gorham was the first Illinois town to see the unwelcome visitor shortly before 2:30 p.m. Barreling across the Mississippi River at 60 miles an hour, the tornado was so strong that it threw more than a dozen boxcars and ripped a section of train tracks from the ground in the western section of Gorham. The rest of Gorham saw absolutely no mercy from the powerful storm. In fact, every structure in town was either damaged or destroyed. This was the scene of destruction in the post office area of downtown Gorham. Approximately 35 of the town's residents were killed, with approximately 170 others seriously injured. After departing Gorham, the tornado set its sights on the second most populous city in the storm's path. Back in 1925, Murphysboro was a thriving industrial community of more than 13,000 residents. This was the view facing northwest from atop the Brown Shoe Company water tower in the time preceding the storm. This is yet another view of the quaint southern Illinois town, but facing northeast from the tower instead. However, around 2:34 p.m., this scenic view would be no more. In a matter of minutes, hundreds of homes and businesses were ripped to shreds by the storm's ferocious winds, as demonstrated in this aerial view of town after the monstrous storm tore through. In fact, scenes like this were typical in the residential district of Murphysboro, where over 150 city blocks were destroyed. Hundreds of homes were shattered to pieces as the tornado continued its track into town, and some of the homes were partially swept away. A number of trees were debarked and snapped very close to the ground as well. The loss of life was staggering. 35 workers perished in the Mobile and Ohio railroad shops. This photo shows damage to the railroad shops from the tornado. A number of locomotives were rolled or thrown from the tracks by the twister. This aerial shot provides another glimpse of the tornado's impact on the railroad shop. As the tornado churned through town, a funeral was in progress at the First Baptist Church. The tornado caused a large portion of the building to collapse, but fortunately there were no injuries there, as those attending the funeral were in the basement below. However, as they emerged from the rubble of the church, this photo approximates the view that funeral attendees had. The only recognizable structure still standing in the background was heavily damaged Logan School, where sadly 9 children were killed. Yet another 17 children lost their lives at Longfellow School as that building partially collapsed. For many in the community, the horror of the tornado was relatively short-lived compared to what was to come. Fire, spurned by coal and wood-burning stoves, rapidly spread through the tinderbox of debris, taking more lives in the process. Overall, 234 people lost their lives in Murphysboro alone, with hundreds more seriously injured. The death toll was so massive that it stands today as the largest single city death toll in American history from a tornado. After leaving Murphysboro, the mile-wide monster headed northeast towards DeSoto. This image shows the devastation just west of town. This aerial view shows the destruction in the town of DeSoto, where 36 lives were taken as the tornado tore through. Students at the DeSoto Elementary School were rushed in early from recess as the menacing black cloud approached. Many of the boys were assigned to close the windows along the outside walls of their classrooms. Moments later, the tornado struck the school with such force that shattered glass, crumbling brick, and flying debris rained down on the school's occupants. During the tornado's fury, the entire second story of the school collapsed. In an instant, 33 children lost their lives at the DeSoto school. To this day, this remains the highest tornado-related death toll ever recorded at a school. The tornado made a brief appearance in far northwestern Williamson County, where the Hurst Bush area experienced substantial damage. A large section of this bridge between Royalton and Culp was ripped from its pillars and tossed into the Big Muddy River below. Once in Franklin County, the churning storm traveled just south of Ziegler before plowing through the rural farm country of Plumfield, where the Plumfield School was left in ruins. Next in line, the thriving coal mine community of West Frankfort, with a population of, by some estimates, nearly 20,000 at the time. Here, the Orient No. 2 mine was a relatively new establishment on the northwest side of town, along with newly constructed subdivisions to house the miners and their families. This aerial view shows the complete devastation on the northwest side of West Frankfort. This is yet another view of the damage near the Orient No. 2 mine and resembles the scene the coal miners witnessed upon emerging from the mine. The miners were largely protected by being underground. However, their wives and children were sadly among the many who perished. The relentless storm continued to wreak havoc on West Frankfort's northwest side as it tore a path across the Orient, Caldwell, and Peabody mines. Several coal cars were thrown from their tracks, and in some cases, railroad tracks were ripped from the ground. Even though the tornado missed the downtown area, it managed to take 132 lives in the West Frankfort area as it barreled through. Northeast of West Frankfort, the community of Parrish saw almost complete devastation with 20 fatalities. This home was demolished just outside of the community of Parrish. In the span of about 40 minutes and over just a two-county area, the tornado had taken at least 540 lives and injured over 1,400 others. By the 3 o'clock hour, the tornado continued across the rural country of Hamilton and White counties, where several eyewitnesses described it as a rolling black mass.
The storm inflicted devastation upon the small farm communities of Olga, Enfield, and just south of Crossville. In the background are remnants of a home near Olga in southern Hamilton County. This is a look at the complete destruction of Truesdale School just southeast of Enfield in White County. All but one of the students was seriously injured as the school collapsed and was then swept away. Pictured here is the devastation at Newman School in White County, where all the children miraculously survived. 65 residents of Hamilton and White counties weren't so fortunate, though. More casualties of the powerful storm. Just prior to 4 p.m., the tornado crossed the Wabash River into southwest Indiana, the village of Griffin in direct aim. Similar to Gorham, the entire town of Griffin was wiped off the map in an instant. The town's complete devastation is evident in this image. This chilling scene in Griffin was far too common after the tornado, as survivors dug through the rubble of homes that were completely demolished. Eyewitnesses relayed accounts of a very large multi-vortex tornado over the town of Griffin. About half of the town's 400 residents were injured, with dozens of fatalities. Everything in the town was plastered with a layer of mud from the Wabash River. The Griffin School was destroyed by the tornado. In this image, the school can be seen in the background, with remnants of other buildings splintered in the foreground. After demolishing Griffin, the beast raged northeast at 70 miles an hour across northern Posey into Gibson County, clipping Owensville and heading straight towards the town of Princeton. Pictured here is the mangled wreckage of a locomotive that was rolled by the tornado as it plowed through. The tornado tore through the southern part of Princeton, demolishing several homes in the Baldwin Heights subdivision. This is a look at the damage to Baldwin Heights School in Princeton. The small picture in the upper right shows the school before the tornado, while the larger image portrays extensive damage to the school. Pictured here is damage to the H.J. Heinz factory, one of the largest employers in Princeton at the time. Ruins of what was once the Baldwin Heights subdivision lay in the foreground. Much of the southern third of Princeton was damaged or destroyed as the tornado swept through, including this subdivision on the south side of town. All told, 45 people perished in Princeton that It was now closing in on 4:30 p.m. as the twister crossed into Pike County, heading for Petersburg. But Petersburg never saw the devastation the tornado had wrought in over a dozen other towns along the path, for it finally dissipated just before reaching the Pike County community. To this day, the tri-state tornado remains the longest and deadliest tornado in U.S. history. During the tornado's 3.5-hour rampage, 695 lives were extinguished, over 2,000 were injured, and thousands more were left homeless. The tornado was on the ground for at least 219 miles, traveling at an average speed of 60 to 65 miles an hour. At times, the black mass of wind and debris was over a mile wide. In a 1971 publication on the tri-state tornado, the authors noted that among the top reasons for the tremendous loss of life were the lack of any tornado forecast, lack of immediate warning, and lack of adequate shelter. However, much has changed since 1925. First, the science of meteorology has afforded us a better understanding of how thunderstorms develop. Technological advances have also resulted in the development of satellite and radar,
and eventually forecast models that approximate the state of the atmosphere days in advance. Today, instantaneous communication allows for the quick dissemination of real-time warning and radar information via broadcast and digital means. Up next, we'll hear from a National Weather Service manager and local Murphysboro native about the Reanalysis project he was part of earlier this century, followed by a tri-state tornado book author who will bring us more personal perspective of what it was like for residents who witnessed and survived the terrible storm. Much of the day thereafter will be focused on how all partners in the modern weather watch and warning process, from the National Weather Service to broadcast media and emergency management, would handle such an event if the tri-state tornado were to strike again. We'll conclude this day with a keynote address from the director of the National Weather Service on his vision for the future, ending with recommendations for preparing for the next disaster. All of this as we continue to work towards our goal of building a weather-ready nation.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask that all of you please stand as we observe a moment of silence. In honor of those who lost their lives during the great tri-state tornado, in homage to the survivors who are no longer with us today, and out of respect to those who lost their lives in last night's tornadoes, please join me in this moment of reflection. Thank you. You may be seated.
Our next presenter, as Ryan mentioned, is Steve Piltz, meteorologist in charge at Tulsa, Oklahoma. Mr. Piltz received his Bachelor of Science degree in meteorology from Parks College and St. Louis University in 1987. And we're glad to have him with us today to talk about the Reanalysis project that he was part of back many years ago.
Good morning, everybody. I tend to talk fast. Marcia says I can't talk fast, but buckle up, Marcia. I've got a lot of ground to cover up here, so just have to hold on. This Reanalysis project took place about 15 years or so ago, and it builds off what Ryan had mentioned a little bit ago. There's been a lot of new understanding about how tornadoes work. We have a lot of new instruments. We have satellite, we have radar, we have all kinds of things now that we can look at and anticipate things better and understand things better. Totally different from 100 years ago, obviously. So a lot of the things that were written originally about the tornado last century didn't completely jive with what we understand today. And so the team of folks that you see on here on the slide, they got together and began to look at both the track of the storm and the meteorology behind it. The folks there at the top of the list, Robert Maddox, Bob Johns, Don Burgess, Chuck Goswell, all really just foundational leaders in the field of meteorology as we transitioned from the 70s into the 80s and 90s and understanding all of this. And so they were a big driving force. That's why we wanted to look back at this. And you also have current leaders in the field there with Matt Gilmore, John Hart we'll hear from later today, and then I'm on the team. So we had a chance to look at this some, and this was the things that really kind of stood out to that group of people that they referred to as the lore of the event, where it didn't quite jive with what we understand now. So some of the stuff that you can see in the scientific literature would say that the tornado developed west of the surface low back in the cold air. That doesn't make sense to what we understand today. The thought was the tornado actually overtook the surface low and moved out into the warm air. That doesn't make sense to what we understand today. And also that the tornado occurred at the front center part of the thunderstorm. They got this closer to right, but not the way we understand with the radar that we see today. So lots of things to look into, and these were the questions we had as we kind of went into this. So why was I invited on the team? Well, for one, I'm from Murphysboro, and I'm a meteorologist, so that was kind of a natural lead into that. And also, this photograph kind of explains a little bit of my personal history here in town. I don't know really the date that this picture was taken. I don't know who took it. It was something you buy off eBay. You'll find anything on eBay, I guess. But it's a shot that I hadn't seen before. This is looking at northwest Murphysboro, and in the back part of the picture, you can see the brick plant, and you can see in the upper left, that's where currently we're located here at the high school. What you see more prominently here is the northwest side of town between 14th Street and Illinois Avenue. That's where the most complete devastation is, and then you see damage, but lesser so as you go further to the south and to the bottom of the picture. So my story starts with my dad's mother and his younger brother were killed on 14th Street, somewhere near the edge of this photograph here. Across town, on Illinois Avenue, my mom's mom was severely injured. Two of her daughters, her mom's daughters, her sisters, were killed, and also my mom's grandmother was killed. And so that was a big loss there. Now, my mom wasn't born yet, and that gets me in trouble sometimes because I would remind my grandma periodically, so, and all of that meant she still started making babies again pretty quick, didn't she? She fussed at me several times about that, but I still had to bring it up periodically. So this was amazing. This was something that Jay and Melvin Ziegler gave me over the holidays back a few months ago. It was a box of things of this family history. For those who don't know, Jay and I are cousins, and he had some things that were culture related and also tornado related. So this is actually a picture of my dad's house on 14th Street. I'd never seen that before until a few months ago. My aunt, Gertrude, she actually took the pictures out, so that was kind of amazing to me. When we start looking at the overall weather pattern associated with the tri-state tornado, we were collecting weather data. We could create weather maps. We had the ability to draw fronts on maps and understand things a little better, but we just didn't always do it necessarily in real time like we do today with all the speed of computers and all the communication we have now. There was a basic understanding. So as we were looking at the maps earlier, we had a low pressure system coming out of Oklahoma that was headed up towards Illinois, and that set the stage for it. So as growing up, I would thought, well, that's got to be the strongest low pressure system in history. It's got to be the fastest jet stream, all the fastest winds aloft. It had to be all of those things. And so it was interesting for me to go through this and see actually what the real data showed back in the day. This is also cool. This thing for me as well. This was a balloon observation. In Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, there was a balloon station and a kite station that took observations. The team hadn't found that data yet. When I joined the team, I was able to dig that up. And my wife Cheryl and I, we live in Broken Arrow today. So just another kind of interesting twist in the history of how all this works out. So this is basically measurements of wind speed and direction, and with the kites they could also do temperature and humidity. So they were actually able to make some information, be able to collect some information aloft. That was important to the reanalysis. This was from a kite station up in Indiana. It gives you an idea of what a kite observation, the instrument package of a kite observation looks like. The old-fashioned, you see maybe sometime in history, if you're a weather buff and you look back at history, you could wind up a chart on a roll, and the clock mechanism would move the chart, and there was a pen and ink that would mark the temperature and the pressure and those kinds of things. That's basically what they would hang from the bottom of this big box kite. And so they could reel this up as far as the weather let them go, several thousand feet. Sometimes I think I saw data of maybe 10,000 feet. So on a big, long rope that they tether, they could reel that up and then bring it back down and take the readings off of that. So technology wasn't fancy then, but it was coming along. So this was, from the reanalysis team, this was the combined map. So what Ryan showed you was the final result of the team's analysis all put together. But there's always a joke in meteorology that if you give meteorologists all separate weather data, they will all draw the weather map slightly differently, because while science is science, there's still art to it. There's still your own personal understanding, your personal experience on how you put some of this data together. So this is how the different team members all drew the warm front and the dry line and the cold front, all the things that you see on a weather map now. Pretty good agreement in southeast Missouri. They kind of strays a little bit at the time, but really the results from the team was pretty close in the area that is the most important to the analysis. So this is at 2 o'clock. This is right before the tornado moves into southwest Illinois. Based on this analysis and how we drew this out and our understanding of the track, the tornado was actually riding just ahead of the surface low, which does make sense to what we understand today as how severe weather works. I thought this was interesting to show you all too. This was weather observations from Carroll, Illinois through the entire day. So this starts, you can see from 2 a.m. to the left to 8 p.m. on the right. The red line there is the temperature, and so you can see it was a cool morning, but then the warm front passed Carroll about noon. The warm front was headed north and we get just about to Murphysboro. And that's an important thing to understand is that a lot of the really strong wind environments that support rotating thunderstorms exist very near and just north of a warm front. And so that's what we see happening here is a warm front working north from the Carroll area at noon and up into the Murphysboro area by 2 o'clock. So you can see the wind directions are shown there, the little circles with the little flags. The wind is moving from the flags to the little circles, and so you can see we had southeast winds, southwest winds, and east, kind of all over the place because there was raining and thunderstorms down in Carroll during the time. Then the winds turn to the southeast and then go straight out of the south and get gusty, and then turn to the southwest as the dry line and cold front go by. So it was a very dramatic change of weather across Carroll, and that's basically the type of environment that fuels these storms. You can see the temperature jump well into the 70s after starting off the day down around 55 degrees. So in the end, the tri-state tornado really just rode in a sweet spot. It was in an area just immediately ahead of the surface low pressure system. It wasn't the strongest barometric pressure readings you see. It wasn't the strongest winds aloft. It just stayed together. So all the things that make a tornado just stayed in place for that 3.5 hours as it came across Missouri and Illinois and Indiana. It was something that very easily could repeat today and kind of came close to that with the Mayfield tornado. I know the Paducah folks are going to talk more about that later. So in the end, it was just any type of weather system that could repeat any time. By 4 o'clock, the low pressure area is moving across southern Illinois. The warm front's into southern Indiana, and this is where the tornado begins, where the storm that's producing the tornado begins to move into cooler air. And so as they no longer overlap each other, that's when the storm begins to weaken in southwest Indiana. So if you look at this temperature map, this is the high temperature for the day of the storm, and you can see the very tight red lines. That's where there's a very sharp temperature gradient. You can see it got up to 75 in Carroll. There was a high temperature in St. Louis, only being 51. Got to 69 on the thermometer here in the Murphysboro area. And the tornado basically tracked within that zone of very tight temperature gradient. And as you get into southwest Indiana, you notice the warm air didn't get up into Indiana as very far like it did in southern Illinois. So as the tornado and the thunderstorm continued to go to the northeast, it basically just ran out of instability and ran into cooler air. So this is the progression of the weather fronts, just to give you an idea of the timing, and this is, again, the ingredients that favor tornadoes just stay together for several hours. Sometimes they only come together for a very short period of time. You may have something intense, but it doesn't last as long. In this particular case, everything that was supported with the tornado just overlapped and continued to be in place there as the tri-state tornado moved along. So as far as the lore of the event, I think we can say it didn't develop west of the surface low. It didn't move forward of the surface low, and we'll take a look now at where the tornado occurred within inside the thunderstorm. So they didn't actually get that totally wrong. This is what I've done here is I've remapped the Mayfield tornado data, and I've put it to what it would have looked like if the radar was somewhere up by Pinckneyville, and now we're mapping the storm coming into Murphysboro. So this is real radar data, just obviously not data from the tri-state tornado because we didn't have radars back then. But this is what it would have looked like on radar if you're watching on your phone, watching the TV stations. That's what the radar would look something like. So if we look at this, the tornado is in the dark circular area that's to the southwest of Murphysboro, and that's part of the parent thunderstorms further to the north. And so if you look at it, if you just look at the back side of everything, there was heavy rain and hail over Kincaid Lake to the northwest of Murphysboro that comes back down into the tornado that's to the southwest of town. That's basically what they drew. It's just that they didn't know that this other part of the thunderstorm really existed. They thought that was a separate thunderstorm. So they didn't connect all the parts together. But they actually got pretty close on their understanding of that. So when you see that diagram again, that's pretty close. I think there was close to baseball-sized hail maybe around Kincaid Lake to the northwest of Murphysboro and north of the tornado. So this little diagram, actually really good. They just didn't know that the thunderstorm itself continued off to the northeast some, and it wasn't two different thunderstorms. So zooming in a little bit, again, the times, again, this is real radar data just displaced to make it look like what it would have looked like over Murphysboro. That's about what it would have looked like, maybe, sort of, kind of, over that picture area I showed you, the damages across northwest Murphysboro at the time. So going back to that picture, I pointed out that it's pretty much complete destruction across that zone there in northwest Murphysboro, but then there's roofs off of houses, and you can see that, but there's less damage further south. There's a lot of, if you're looking at the damage information from around Murphysboro, you'll see damage spots all the way into the southeast end of town. Probably what we had there was very strong winds coming around the backside and going forward underneath the tornado. So there was something we call a rear flank downdraft for those of you that take this by train tracks, if you understand. And that could be that big surge of wind that's there. And actually, there was an account from the Murphysboro Daily Independent a year later when they did their anniversary review of the tornado. They talked about many eddies and swirls cut through the east and south, the central and east sides of town, like scores of little mini tornadoes. That was probably that just very intense wind that's coming around the underneath side of the tornado. So it makes sense, even looking back from 100 years now, this fits our idea of how this works some. And so that explains why there was lots of damage in the south and east part of Murphysboro, but not the really core tornado damage that you saw in the northwest part of town. I thought this was a really cool shot. This was an aerial picture from 1936. And if you take a look there, you can see there's kind of a difference in the trees. Notice that in the southern and eastern part of Murphysboro, you still see pretty healthy tree canopies. It's pretty full. North of that, there's very limited trees. I think that may still be a reflection of what went through the town on the day of March 18th of 25. And what's really cool that Mary Rising from the Jackson County Historical Society, she got all the insurance records from all the real property in Murphysboro. So she put that all together. I was able to take her database and change the addresses into latitudes and longitudes and then plot those. And what I did here is I didn't plot the total loss. I only plotted the partial loss. And notice how that tree canopy really aligns well with the breakoff between total loss and partial loss. I think that's what we're seeing in Mary's data here, and I think that's kind of what we're still seeing in a picture taken of Murphysboro in 1938 at that time. The scar of the town is still very visible from the air, would be my impression from this. So the last question to be asked is, was this one tornado or not? We know that tornadoes can do something like this, whereas one tornado is beginning to peak and begin to dissipate, a new tornado can form very close to it and continue on to make it look like there was a continuous path, or maybe it would be something we would say with a handoff, one tornado handed off to the next. So that's where that team got together and began to scour through a lot of weather records. And so this was the initial plan. It deviated some with time, but basically we were looking for people with direct knowledge of the tornado. They were little then, they saw it, they could describe things. Credible family members who had first-hand accounts that could give us this information. Then any picture, record, report, newspaper, Jackson County Historical Society even had some video that shot from a biplane that has some good aerial shots. So we used anything we could, but we didn't want to take just the tornado went from Murphysboro, from Gorham to Murphysboro. We didn't want to do that. We wanted someone to say, it hit this house, it hit this location, crossed this road, it did this thing. So we hit the road across a lot of this area. So this is just a few of the people that I talked with. Some of you all know Brian Brewer, that's his dad, Denver, they're in the upper left. CJ Calandro and I, and Brian, and Mr. Brewer, we drove around. He was very little then, but he remembers his family running for cover. The tornado passed south of their house, but he remembers them covering their heads as the hail and the rain was picking up and getting into the family storm shelter. And he then take Town Country Road into town periodically for the next several years. He described nothing happened here, the trees were really bad here, and so these were points that began to be plotted on our map. The Jocos live southwest of DeSoto. They described where the tornado crossed their property. That's my Aunt Petey in the upper right. Her and I, we drove around, and she would show me things. I said, there's a school somewhere here northeast of town. I can't find a really good record of it. And she drove me out and said, I think it was right in this area. And it matched pretty much with what the Jackson County Historical Society had. And there's a report the school was damaged, so we put it out there. So all in all, we collected 2,396 damage points and 142 non-damage points. So all the damage points you see are plotted here on the map. And so it's very continuous looking there from parts of southeast Missouri into southwest Indiana. But your eyes probably jump right away. Look at that big gap. Well, that's crossing the St. Francis Mountains. that's rugged, it's still not well populated, and so it's not surprising there was no way to put a dot there. So what we did is we went and looked, and it's like, okay, and John did a lot of this mapping. He took a lot of the team's data, he turned it into maps, he made these calculations of the gaps of what were there, and so we were able to analyze things this way. So you can see now, even on the road map that's there, it's incomplete roads, they don't cross the terrain. We wouldn't necessarily expect to find a data point there. So that big gap doesn't say, oh, road. It just kind of leaves us in like, you wouldn't expect to find it, so we're not totally surprised. As you get further east, you get into more population, now you get a sense of the path, the width of the storm with the north side and the south side. So as we had more data, we could look at it. Did the tornado path ever shrink? And then did it widen back out again, like maybe something weakened and then something new formed. And while the gap on the Mississippi River, everybody is very confident to cross there, but I just use that as an illustration that notice on the west side of the river, the north side of the damage points matches the north side as the damage points going into Gorham, and the same thing for the south. So we would look at stuff like that. Was there any change in the path characteristics at all? And of course, someone did actually witness it crossing the river, but it's just a good illustration of the kind of analysis that we were doing. This is probably one of the cooler things, is that Bob Johns, who worked in southwest Indiana, noticed that you've got the track, and then he's got blue dots. Those blue dots are no damage. And then you see red dots picking up again further to the east-northeast. Interesting that in 1925, the Indiana Weather Bureau said the tri-state tornado stopped there. For whatever reason, the Illinois Weather Bureau account was further to the northeast where you see the other red line. That became the historic end of it. And so I think folks from Illinois began to write more, they wrote more papers, and so I guess that got it into the literature more. So it could be, based on this, that the tri-state tornado ended about 5 miles sooner than what history would say. On the flip side of that, when Chuck Doswell and Don Burgess were doing their work in southeast Missouri, they found data points further to the west. They had a person, Helen Thomas, who was, I think, 8 years old at the time, 88 when they talked with her. She described things very well, and so it looks like we may have had a new beginning to the southwest at the arrow you see there, and that contrasts with the historic beginning. So we may have potentially, you could have maybe looking back say maybe it ended about 5 miles sooner, but it may have started 15 miles sooner. So it ends up being sort of a wash, and so the football fans in the room will understand this. You guys know when they throw the flag, you either got the video evidence that says there was a penalty or it was complete, or you got the video evidence that says no, it wasn't, or you got what we're going to say about this, the ruling on the field stands. There's nothing from the reanalysis that significantly changes the history of what the tri-state tornado has always been known as. Maybe it stopped a little sooner, maybe it stopped or it started a little faster. But overall, the event is the event. I'll show you this one thing. Maybe take a picture. I don't know if we've got it written down out there, but tristatetornado.org. John has put all of those points we did on this map. If you click on them, you can see all of our notes. Everybody we talked to, why we made that dot. So I'll leave that up there for a second so you can see that. That's a cool web page to go to. And you can just see some of our work and get some idea of what we did. So, and if you don't get this now, I'll get it later. And I thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. That was really awesome. Next on our agenda is Miss Angela Mason. And Miss Angela Mason is an author of a book that you can see out in one of the booths here today, Death Rise the Sky, the story of the 1925 tornado. Angela Mason is of Richland County, Illinois, and she is going to share with us stories of survival of the great tri-state tornado.
I'm working on 3 hours of sleep. It was kind of a rough night last night. I have my radio announcer voice back, though, so that's good. I usually start my presentations by singing a little bit, but if this later appears on YouTube, they'll demonetize it if I say something copyrighted like, somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Oops. You can cut that part out. Mute it. So, how's everybody doing so far? We were here for the 75th anniversary 25 years ago. Were you here at all? It wasn't in this building, it was in another one, but they held an event like this 25 years ago. And I am now all of the things that I wasn't 25 years ago. I'm married to the love of my life. I'm a lot thinner thanks to Lyme disease. I am a senior citizen. I'll be 63 shortly. At the grocery store that gets me a senior discount on Tuesday. And I'm a grandma many times over. I have 8 grandchildren now. And the very first one, who's pictured on the back of the book with me, she was born on March 18, 2010. That's Evelyn. She was our tornado baby for a number of years till she's no longer a baby. She's going to be 15 this week, so she's not a baby. Oh, yeah, 25 years ago, I wasn't a published author, but I am now. So you have to know that this is odd, me writing this book, not because I wasn't impacted, nor were my family, they weren't impacted. No one I knew growing up was in this tornado. But nevertheless, as a child, I was scared to death of tornadoes. Might have had something to do with the Wizard of Oz, I don't know. Growing up in Wayne County, Illinois, we had plenty of big blows coming through, and we didn't have a basement in our country house. We barely had a house. When the wind blew really bad, the linoleum in our kitchen would raise up because the wind would come up through the cracks in the floorboards underneath the linoleum. And while The Wizard of Oz was my favorite movie as a child, tornadoes weren't my favorite things. I was scared as I could be of them. So writing this book was kind of therapy for me, for that fear. I don't recommend it as a cure, though, because researching and writing a 352-page book can give a person problems that they'll need therapy for. Anyway, enough catching up and talking about me. Let's talk about you. So, what's it like living in a town that was nearly obliterated by the worst tornado disaster in the nation's history? Let's talk about this. What's it like this time of year, every year, when you hear your town mentioned on the Weather Channel or on the local news stations or the radios, read about it online in newspapers? People on YouTube are making whole entire videos out of an event that occurred in your town or your whole county, in the case of Jackson County. Is it scary and ominous? Is it cool and neat? See, these are the questions I was asking myself 26 years ago this month. I was working at a newspaper in Grayville, Illinois, up there on the Wabash River in White County, right across from Indiana, and we had a freebie paper with a huge circulation, 13,000 circulation. It was called the Prairie Post, and I was an ad salesperson for that paper, and I also usually wrote a front-page story of local interest, so when people pulled that paper from their mailbox, it wouldn't go right into the trash, except for the grocery ads. They kept those, or they pull them out of the center, and then they throw everything else in the trash. So my job was to keep that paper interesting for people. My boss's name was Patrick, and in early March of 1999, I knew that the anniversary of the Tri-State tornado was coming up. It was the day after my sister's birthday. That's how I remembered it year after year, after my grandpa told me about it in 1981. So I wanted to write a piece of local interest on it. My boss was hesitant. It was the 74th anniversary, and the media types like anniversary and stuff on years that end with 5 and 0. But I said, if I can sell a double truck of storm-related ads, will you let me write it? And a double truck, for those not in newspaper business, is 2 pages that can be designed together to look like it's one big page. And Patrick said, yeah, You can sell it. If you sell it, you can write it. So I sold it. And while I was selling it, I went around to all the coffee shops in our immediate area of White County and across the river in Griffin, Indiana, looking for old people. They like to hang out at coffee shops in the afternoon. So I would just walk up to a table of them and tell them who I was, what I was doing, that I was looking for survivors of this flow. You know, because it was only 74 years ago, so surely I could find a few people who, when they were little kids, could remember this big storm. And boy, did they. In the space of about 3 days, I found one in Carmi, one from Crossville, and two from Griffin. They told me absolutely amazing stories. So I took down their words and made a piece about it for the paper, which hit the mailboxes on Saturday. And so that Saturday, I opted to go into the office and catch up on some work, and because I was in there, the lights were on and the door open and people were coming in from Posey County, Indiana. And they said, "We hear you wrote about the Griffin tornado," as it's known over there, they call it the Griffin tornado. "We want to read it." So I was handing out this freebie paper to them, and the stack that I had was dwindling, and we have to keep some for archives, and I'm sure they're still there. So the stack was diminishing. So soon so many people had stopped in that I thought I'd better deter them a little bit and start charging for papers. Didn't deter them at all. So I was taking $2 for each copy, and then that was starting to stack up, and the copies were really diminishing. And then here came Patrick, and he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm making you some money." And he said, "You can't sell those. There's no cover price. It's a freebie. That will get me in trouble with the tax man, so stop it." And I said, "Well, what am I supposed to tell these people who are coming in wanting to read about the tri-state tornado?" And he said, "I don't care what you tell them you're going to write a whole book about it, stop getting me in trouble with the tax man." So I began thinking about it. When my grandpa first told me about the tornado in 1981, I gave consideration to writing a fictional book about it, as I was thinking about minoring in literature to teach at the college level. But my music career, I was in school for a voice scholarship. I was majoring in music, so that career kind of took off at about that time, and that took me all over the country, and subsequently kind of all over the world. I was over in Germany for a little while. And by that time, I had a family, and life took precedent over such a notion until that day in March of 1999. So a couple of months later, Patrick sent me to Evansville to cover the Doppler radar hearings. This was May of 1999, wherein they were looking to cite Doppler in the Owensville area. So I was sitting there taking notes from all these people wanting this radar, and the panel kind of was being dismissive of all of them. And I was appalled. I happened to have my work bag with me, and a copy of the freebie paper was in it. So I sneaked up there to the roster of people to speak, and I added my name. And then when I got to the microphone for my 3 minutes, I looked that panel of people dead in the eye, and I said, "I am not believing what I'm hearing. Aren't any of you aware that the worst tornado disaster ever to hit the United States happened right there in Owensville after blowing away one community after another in 1925. And I whipped open this paper right here, and I did this to the panel and showed them. And there was a collective gasp from everybody. And the panel told me, "Well, that was rare. It won't happen again in our lifetimes." And they said something like, "We know it was coming because we had a radar and everything." And I looked at them and I said, "Well, it has to drop somewhere. And wouldn't it be good if those people that it first dropped down on knows that it's headed their way?" So they were dismissive, but the audience wasn't. And when it was all over, I was converged upon by all the meteorologists and weather people who were actually from all over the country. And there was one guy from Florida, I remember, who was all inquisitive about the paper I had. And he flat out asked me if I'd considered writing a book. So there it was. My mind was made up. I just didn't know where to start. But I got some very astute advice from the guy who would become my husband within a year. He said, well, you start at the beginning, and when you get to the end, you're finished. Great idea! Applause! I mean, really, within a month, though, I was making arrangements to get on the road every weekend with my kids, ages 11, 8, and 3, starting in Ellington, Missouri, and traveling to every community from there, to Beeley, to Frona, Altenburg, and Ridge in Missouri, Gorham, Murphysboro, DeSoto, Bush, Ziegler, Plumfield, Parrish, Hamilton County's rural landscape, Enfield, Carmi, Crossville, and Phillipstown in Illinois, and Griffin, Owensville, and Princeton in Indiana. My kids were with me almost every step of the way, as I was a single mother with few resources for babysitters. And of course, when you go up to a stranger's house to knock on the door and ask if they would talk about a traumatic event from nearly 75 years before, it helps to have 3 cute little kids standing behind you, looking up at them with big eyes, hoping they'll tell about a bad tornado that Mommy was writing about. Yeah? It took 2 years. What do I remember from all that? I remember voices of people who were little when it happened. The average age of the survivors I interviewed when the storm struck was 8. They did range in age, however, from 4 to 20 when this storm struck. They told this story from the perspective of a child or young person, but with the experience and the vocabulary of their 8 or 9 decades that had elapsed before their interview. They spoke of it as if it had happened yesterday. In Gorham, Rosetta Casey Adams not only told me what she saw and heard and felt, but also what her parents beheld and withheld from her when she was a child, only to fill her in years later. She had seen that big, black, monstrous rolling cloud coming in over the Mississippi. But unlike her parents, who went to help, she had not seen the people who had objects run through their bodies, but were still alive. People who'd had limbs nearly twisted from their bodies and needed medical intervention fast. The fastest they could hope for was to take a handrail, a rail car that men would pump and thus make it move down the tracks and try to get these injured to a hospital. But the rail lines east-west were either destroyed or covered with so much debris that they couldn't make it through, so they tried trucking them down to Cairo, and many died on the way. I remember Rosetta's voice telling me these awful details. Or in Murphysboro, where Mary Bell Melvin told me in the most still of voices that while she was able to get out of the ruins of her school and back to her family, the thing that still haunted her to this day was the sound of those trapped in the fires that took out so much of the southwest part of town. Mary Bell spoke as if she were 8 years old again. She said, I wasn't watching for the fire, but I could hear it. I could hear what it was doing. But perhaps the biggest gut punch of all came out of December, where I found Lillian, known as Lala, Buller Bridges. Now, the DeSoto story is sad enough. What with 37 of the 69 deaths recorded, more than half, 54% being those of children, when their relatively new schoolhouse collapsed on them. But see, Lala lost her mom, and in the most horrific of ways. She was proud to have been helping her mom, Gertrude Buller, that day. Her mom was something of a midwife and was going to assist a neighbor, Edna, who was in labor on the day of the storm. Lala's uncle, his name was Sam, had seen the black clouds over Murphysboro, and he went running from the rail yard where he was working to where Lala, her mom, and her sisters Lola and baby Ruby were with Edna, and he was hollering, "You go over to Grandma Tippy's. You can make it. Go now." She told me this, and then she said, "Oh, Lord, if we just listened to him." I can still hear her voice 26 years later. But even more that I can still hear after 26 years was what she said after the tornado ripped her out of Edna's house, through the front windows, while she was holding her baby sister Ruby, who was 3 months old, and took them high above the treetops. I asked her what she saw up there. She said the trees were whipping back and forth, and here and there a big top branch would crack and go flying off. And then she said she lost her baby sister in the wind. And the next thing she remembered was hitting the street and seeing her mother lying bleeding not far from her. Baby Ruby was fine. By the way, they found her later. She had some burns from the coal stove and cinders flying, and she was okay. Now, I won't give it all away, but I'll tell you, because you probably know, Lala's mother died in her arms at a hospital, despite Lala's best efforts to put a kind of a tourniquet on the deep gashes in her arms and keep her from bleeding out, but not before someone had to lie to Gertrude when that caring mother asked how Lala's little brother was. That would be Carl. He had an extreme injury that involved his eye coming from his socket. But I can still hear Lala quoting her mother. "How's Carl?" And Lala's brother Andrew, who believed Carl to be dead, said, "He's okay." But Mrs. Buller, like all us moms do, knew that not to be the case. And at this, Lala told me it got worse all the time. And she was right when she related to me how her mother died. She said that Gertrude Buller looked up at her husband and said, "Honey, kiss me. I gotta go." And then Lala said he kissed her, and I hugged her, and then she died. Throughout the tornado's path, there were stories like this that tugged at the heart. In all, I found 54 survivors. 48 of them let me print their names and use their stories. The others allowed me to use their information for background, as we say. Why didn't they wish to be quoted or have their names used in the book? When my grandpa told me about the storm in 1981, I asked aloud, why hasn't someone written a book about this? Why at age 19 am I only just now finding out about the Tri-State tornado? The reason why is trauma. These people were traumatized, and some simply couldn't speak about it. One gentleman in Beeley who survived the storm actually turned and walked away from me when I told him my reason for knocking on his door. His wife had to finish his story for me. Some people can't speak about the trauma. I was fortunate. I found the ones that did. Many of them told me, I'm at the end of my life now, but I might as well tell you about this, and they told me. And they're all gone now. But this book is here for you, so you will know what they went through. And so their stories won't be lost to time. KFBS, as well as NPR Illinois, asked me during their interviews with me recently what it was I learned from the book. I told them different things, actually, one of them being, don't be scared, be prepared, and that's a good one. I also at one point said that preserving the history of those who lived through events like the Tri-State tornado is paramount. But here's the most important thing I learned. Whatever you decide to do in life, do your abject best and be better than you were yesterday. Ernest Hemingway, one of my favorite writers, said, there's nothing noble about being superior to your fellow man. True nobility is being superior to your former self. Happiness comes from pursuing your dreams. And listen, I'm not better than anybody else just because I took time to write this book. You can do it. Anyone can do it. Anyone could have written a 352-page book about any one of these survivors. And what a collection of books that would be. History requires it. Write the truth. Write your life. Write your mom's life. Write your dad's life. Write your grandparents' life. Interview them. Ask them all the things they know that could benefit someone somewhere down the road. Preserve these writings. If they're of public interest, call the publisher. He's listed on the back of the book. Everyone's story is interesting, and everyone has a story. Start tonight by telling a story of how a person who grew up scared to death of tornadoes came to write a book about the granddaddy of all tornadoes that came right through your backyard. Today, you heard the stories from those who actually lived through it. That's important. So write, make history, go get it, and don't give up, no matter what.
Okay, thank you so much, Angela. What a riveting story. I'm definitely going to check out that book, and I hope you all check out her booth at Break, which is happening right now. And we will commence at 10:25 to start with John Hart on his advancements in the science of meteorology and tornado forecasting. So see you back at 10:25.
He shut down at 3 o'clock. I was up. I was 2:45 when I was like, because when he was leaving from 4 o'clock, he was in the market.
Don't do it a whole lot. Hey, you during the day. Oh, my son was yeah. I was like, you can't see him.
Okay, so what do you guys think of the program so far? We enjoying it? All right, well, we're going to start up with our next presenter, Mr. John Hart, and he is the lead forecaster for the Storm Prediction Center. How many of you know about the Storm Prediction Center? Yeah, of course. He's been there since 2000, so he's got about the same 10 years I did. I got in weather service in 2000 as well. So John is going to talk about the science and technology, the advancements in the science of meteorology, and tornado forecasting.
Good morning, everybody. Like Christine said, I've been at the SPC a long time. I'm the old man of the unit now. I'm from Mount Vernon, and so I'm a local boy. And the Tri-State always meant a lot to me just from a story perspective of what happened and so forth. But it's now that I've devoted my whole career to tornado and severe thunderstorm forecasting, it kind of takes a whole different element to my life now. But let's see, go back one. I'm going to go back. There we go. As the title says, my whole goal here is to talk about advances in tornado forecasting since 1925. And the answer is that all of them have occurred since 1925. We really didn't know much about tornadoes that far back. It was a mystery. People knew that they occurred, but and they had some concept of weather in general. But you have to remember that this far back in rural Illinois, people didn't even have electricity. I know my parents didn't have it until the 40s, I believe. And so the idea of indoor plumbing and hot baths inside your house and so forth were not common things, let alone the idea of knowing about tornadoes and weather forecasting and meteorology and so forth. Most people got their information from newspapers, which would take days to get to you and so forth. Life was so much different than we can perceive now, and it's hard to even imagine these kinds of things. Meteorology wasn't even something you could take in college. It wasn't an established degree program, and so not until the 1960s even. So most of the people that worked for the Weather Bureau had a degree or some background in physics or math. And modern meteorology concepts were just starting to take place. The idea of a cold front had just been developed a few decades prior in Europe, and things traveled so slowly that we probably knew what a cold front was here, but we didn't really understand how they moved and so forth. So the science of meteorology was just beginning to come online. And most people that tried to forecast the weather were more artistic, and they used things like you've probably heard of, or your parents or grandparents talked about in terms of woolly worms, cutting open a persimmon and seeing how much snow you're going to get this winter, or things like that. I know I grew up with those stories, and those were used. Whether they're useful or not, I'll leave that for your decision to make. But that's what weather forecasting was in 1925. In general, predicting the future is hard, and just about anybody that tries to do it, whether you're trying to predict what your kids might do, or what you're going to have for dinner next week, or whatever. But if you don't have any data, it's impossible to forecast the weather. You're guessing, and there was a lot of guessing going on back then. Meteorological data was not widely distributed, so it was very, very hard. But they did try. And so what would the weather forecast have been in March 18th, 1925? This is actually the Register News for the day of the tornado, not the day after. So if you happen to have the newspaper delivered to your house the morning of the tornado, this was the headline, and these are all syndicated stories from the minor blast in Russia, actually, and then there's talking about a big fire in Tokyo. These probably occurred a week ago. These were the headline stories for the newspaper. But down at the bottom of the front page was this weather forecast for Illinois for March 18, and rain and snow north, rain in the south, turning colder, strong shifting winds. Sounds like a cold front's coming through. We didn't call it that, but that's what it would have been like. Tornado knowledge, same way. People knew what a tornado was for sure, but they probably didn't have a strong grasp of what it meant. They just knew they were horrible. They had different words they used for them: cyclone, tempest, hurricane, twister. We might not use all those words for a tornado these days, but that's what they did. Most people had heard of them. Most people had never seen a picture of them because there weren't very many pictures of them back then. They were just stories handed down and very little scientific knowledge. But they did occur. I mean, there are records of tornadoes hitting southern Illinois from the early 1800s, long swaths of damage and so forth. So clearly, people knew they were occurring. They just didn't really understand what they were. They were just cataclysmic events that would change everybody's lives. As Steve Hiltz talked about earlier, we tried to learn quite a bit from the tri-state when it occurred. It was kind of the start of our knowledge of tornadoes because it was such a big event. When such a tragedy occurs, people try to learn from it, try to get a grasp of their world. And we learned a lot of things that weren't right, but they were trying. They were gathering as much information as they could, talking to survivors and looking at the data that was available. Jeff, remember that even the information that Steve showed earlier, like the kite launches and things like that, those were all handwritten observations. It's not like a meteorologist or a weather person in Evansville or St. Louis would have received the information from Tulsa, what that kite showed. It was a whole different world back then. Data wasn't being distributed. So we learned a lot of things that weren't correct. Some of the stuff actually turned out to be right. That middle diagram of convergent damage on a tornado track, that's true. And this was where we began to understand some of these things. But quite a bit of the science didn't work out very well. But since then, we've spent a century of brilliant people focusing their careers and their passions towards trying to learn what a tornado is, what's happening inside a thunderstorm that would cause such a crazy series of events to bring this thing down to the ground and be so damaging. We've kept records of weather data for all that time. And we've had this emergence of technology of computers that allow us to use all that data. We've never had that before. So now all those records from back in the 50s and 60s and 70s, we can tie it to the data of today and try to put together a picture of how Mother Nature creates these monstrosities. The people that have done this have been lucky to get to know quite a few of them, and several of them have passed away now. But I can't understate how much time and effort and dedication these people have had to just try to figure it out. Because, as you all know, weather forecasts aren't perfect. And it's not because we don't try. It's because Mother Nature is unpredictable. And even if we know the science of what's going on, especially for tornadoes, it's minute to minute. Is the tornado going to go up? Is it going to come down? Will the storm strengthen or weaken? And the best we have falls short. And it probably always will. It's just that complex of a problem. But it's not from a lack of trying. So I'll start with the theoretical science of tornadoes. This has just blossomed over the last 20 or 30 years. We now understand that tornadoes come from these storms called supercells. About 30 or 40 years ago, that was an emerging concept. The idea is that the thunderstorm up high is spinning, and that sets the stage for what a tornado will become. And there's so much science that goes into it beyond that. We know that wind shear aloft causes storms to spin and creates supercells. But inside the thunderstorm, trying to figure out where does the spin come from that actually causes the little tornado. It's called vorticity. And there's baroclinic generation of vorticity, which is from the temperature gradients inside the thunderstorm. We understand that the rear flank downdraft, which is a gust of wind that comes around on the backside of a storm, is important. But why would a storm didn't have that gust 5 minutes ago, and now it does. It's just very, very complicated. There's stuff called microphysical processes, which is like melting snowflakes, and how big are the raindrops, and how are they all interacting. Just incredibly complex stuff inside each thunderstorm that we can't possibly have a complete handle on. But that's what we're trying to do. And whenever we're telling you 3 days ahead of time that the conditions look favorable for tornadoes, we're trying to use all that stuff, but we know we can't. We know we fall short, and we're just trying our very best. The other thing that we have a great deal of is observations. There are so many weather observations that flow in now from so many different sources. Every airport has data flowing in, and it's coming in every few minutes. We're watching changes at that scale. The observations are super high quality. We don't have to worry about whether the temperature at so-and-so airport just isn't very good. If it is, we know it. But secondly, they're all calibrated really well. And all those home weather stations that people have on the rooftops actually do play into what we have now. We've got computers that can filter out the bad ones and correct them and so forth. So if you're like me and you have one of those home weather stations, they actually do make it into our understanding now and play a role. There's a lot of other forms of weather data that are flowing in too. There's the weather balloons. There's about 100 of them that are launched in the United States every 12 hours. We've got radar-derived winds that we use. They're coming in every 5 minutes or so. Satellite-derived winds, which are really important for the models because they can be out over the ocean and we're getting what the winds are doing at different levels of the atmosphere and so forth. And then most commercial aircraft now have thermometers and stuff on them. And so we can see when the airplanes take off at the major airports like St. Louis or Memphis, we can see what the conditions are aloft above those cities. Computer model forecasts are also just a blossoming thing. They keep getting better. We use so many models now at different scales. We have global models that are trying to figure out what the pattern's going to look like a week from now or 2 weeks from now or even beyond. Again, it's not perfect, but it's a pretty good guess. It's a whole lot better than the math I could do in my head of what the weather might look like 2 weeks from now. We get so many of these models now that we actually have to create models to look at the models and figure out which ones to believe and so forth. At least at SPC where I work, we get about 70 computer model runs a day. And that's a lot of data because every one of those runs is like every hour. Here's the picture of what the weather's going to look like this hour. Now here's the next hour. Here's the next hour. And we're trying to use all of that information. We have these things called ensembles that try to put them together, compute statistics of the most likely outcome, what's worst case, and so forth. And again, we're trying to be pretty specific, down to about day 3, something like that. Sometimes we can go farther, but it's risky because, especially like the tornado forecasting, if we start sounding the alarm too early, you could close schools. There are outdoor functions that get rescheduled. There's an expense to over forecasting or missing events. So we try not to go too crazy, too far out. And then the general weather pattern, we're getting to go to about a week, something like that. Beyond that, things get really squirrely. But even in terms of what the high or low will be a week from now, we're getting better. We're pretty good. We're in the ballpark. Where my career is and what I do most is diagnosing the environment. So if the computer models show 3 days from now that the winds aloft are going to look like this, and the temperatures aloft are going to look like that, and the low-level moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico is going to have this pattern to it. That's what I've spent my career trying to figure out, what all that means and how to predict severe storms and tornadoes based on those things. We use things called soundings or SQTs and photographs for that. And when I'm on shift, I'm looking at hundreds of them, maybe even thousands of them a day. I'm just clicking, looking at all of the profiles and trying to figure out where's the best environment, what time is the best environment. Would the environment support hail or wind or tornadoes? Are they long-track tornadoes? Are they short-lived tornadoes? Are they the kind of tornadoes that are just on the leading edge of the squall line and they do brief damage, or the kind that could stay on the ground like last night and do really horrible things? And we're looking at them out of computer models. We're looking at them from those weather balloons we talked about, from the radars and the satellites. We've got a lot of sources of this stuff. And that's not my map. I'd be wrong. I'm on the wrong talk. Let's see. All right. I don't know how that happened. Huh.
We'll fix it though.
I think I hit the button.
Oh, okay.
I bet it.
What slide are you on? The photograph slide, right? Back in business.
Super. So, there we go. So I'm looking at things like low-level shear, strength and orientation of the winds at the mid-levels, like up 10, 15, 20,000 feet. How strong are they? Low and mid-level lapse rates, which is how rapidly the temperature is cooling as you go up. It's always colder as you go, not always, but it's usually colder the higher you go up in the atmosphere. And how rapidly it changes is important. CAPE is a parameter of how much instability the atmosphere has created, and that's an important thing to look at. And then we have these parameters or indices that put all that together and try to draw bullseyes of where the concerns are a lot of the times. And what's interesting is that this stuff that I spend most of my career looking at has the science of it started around 1950, and from 1950 to 2000, we learned so much about these environments. But since about 2000, there really haven't been any great advances in it. When I got into SPC, it was actually 1992, what I was trained to look at, and the data that we look at, is about the same it is now. And there's so many brilliant people, PhDs and people that are devoting their careers to this, and it doesn't get any better. It's like we've plateaued. We can't get any better in terms of predicting tornadoes from an environment perspective. We just know that the environment looks pretty good. People need to be taking their precautions. They need to have a plan in place of what to do in case a storm approaches. But we're just not getting to that next step. And I look forward to somebody someday finding that big step that takes us to the next place. Satellite imagery, huge improvements to this. Obviously in 1925 there weren't any. But now we have these images that can sometimes come in every 30 seconds. So we can be zoomed in on a small part of the United States, and every 30 seconds we're getting another picture from 22,000 miles out. And we can watch every little cumulus cloud forming and dissipating, and then that one's starting to take off a little more. And from the satellite, we can actually take pictures and see the individual lightning strikes that are occurring and notice that storms are strengthening. There's so much science that's going into all these things. We have polar orbiting satellites now that fly lower, and they're measuring the speed of clouds at different levels, and that gets into the computer models. Anvil expansion, which is the thunderstorm anvil, how fast is it spreading? Overshooting tops, how fast are they undulating up and down? There's so much science going into this. We don't use it that much here in the U.S., but in a lot of other countries that don't have the radar coverage we do, these things are really important to them to predicting severe storms and potentially tornadoes. Radars are they're the crux of severe weather forecasting or diagnosing in the United States. And we don't have any idea how lucky we really are. I spent several weeks in Australia a few years ago helping the Australian Weather Service set up a severe weather forecasting system. And their radars are terrible. They have a lot of radars, but every time you switch to a different radar, it looks different. You have to know, well, that one runs hot, that one runs cold, the velocities on that one are too strong or too weak, or that's blocked by a mountain or a building, or we have no idea how lucky we are that we have a radar network in the United States that is consistent, it's calibrated, it works well, it's reliable. These are things that we probably don't even think about how important they are when it comes to public safety and needing something on a moment-by-moment basis. But other countries know how lucky we are. We have Doppler radar, we have dual polarimetric radar, so not only can we see the winds inside the thunderstorms, we can see the shapes of the raindrops in an aggregate way, which allows us to identify, well, those aren't raindrops, that's shingles, that's 2x4s, that's other stuff, that's debris. And so we can actually now see what's called the TDS, which is the tornado debris signature. We can actually identify the spot where the tornado is occurring before anybody's ever told us there's a tornado happening. We can see the debris, and we can figure out how deep up into the storm the debris is being lofted, and how large the debris field is. We can look at how strong the couplet is in terms of the velocities, and we have a pretty good idea of just how bad that tornado is, and we haven't even gotten a report of it yet. It's amazing the science that's building out of these radars, what we're able to look at. And it's just so detailed, down to the neighborhood level a lot of times, especially close to the radar. It's impressive how good our radar network can identify tornadoes and help people know it's coming. Convective allowing models is one of the last big steps of the science that's coming. And this is the place where, even though our knowledge of environments hasn't gotten better, this has been just gigantic in our ability to forecast better. Because these models, they're just like the other models, but they run at a much higher resolution. And they can show us where clusters of individual thunderstorms may form. And when that happens, we can now start telling people, well, it looks like the storms are going to form about 5:30 or 6 o'clock. We can get really specific on what time the storms are going to form. And it looks like it's going to move through this cluster of counties. And the worst storm may be, over this town around this time. It's not right. We're not saying that it's perfect. But it gives us an ability to be more specific, and as long as we don't zoom in too tight and we look at a lot of this data, we can really build some confidence in what the forecast needs to be and just how bad the afternoon or evening might be. And I know that at SPC and at the Paducah office and all the neighboring weather offices around here, that's what they were doing yesterday. They were looking at all of this data. They were using everything that we've had to try to pinpoint what time will the threat be, what areas are worse, and trying to convey that to people in the most reliable way without scaring people, without going too far and pretending we know more than we know, but at the same time trying to prepare people for what's possible. Another thing that they do is called UH, updraft helicity tracks. Again, we can actually see the spin inside these thunderstorms that aren't real. They're in the computer model. But we can see what the computer model says how strong the spin will be, and we can project that into the future and maybe make better forecasts. These things are always getting better, and it allows us to hopefully someday get closer to that neighborhood level of what the risk is. And finally, the meteorologist is the key. We have to have the best people, the passionate, dedicated to the science of meteorology who will put out the effort to combine all this stuff into a really good forecast to the best of our ability. I'll just end with, this is the desk that I sit at, and here's just a view of the kind of data, or what my world looks like. The only place in the world that I spend more time in this is my bed at home. 40 hours a week I'm sitting in that chair. So there's the human that sits at the desk. I have two computer systems called NAWIPs, and they are where I look at all that data that I'm talking about. Those two machines are just loaded up with, because I'm doing the whole United States, and so I've got to be able to scan around and look at a lot of stuff. That machine over there is called AWIPs. That's what the rest of the Weather Service field uses. Our data sets are too big. It can't quite take that, so that just kind of sits off to the side. Hopefully someday we can use that. I write all my products on that machine in the middle, and that's also where I look at a lot of web data, just like you would at home. A lot of those web pages are really useful to me. I look at all my radar data at that computer. That computer highlights every warning that's being issued anywhere in the country. It beeps, I look up, I can read it real quick, and then I get back to what I was doing. And then sometimes it's beeping incessantly. And I hear it when I'm driving home at night. And then those are lightning data. Within 30 seconds of any lightning strike in the United States, it pops up on my screen, and I can zoom in and I can see where the lightning is, where it's getting more, where it's decreasing, what the trends are, and so forth. And so it allows me to keep a thumb on the pulse of thunderstorms in the United States. So it is definitely a fire hose of information, but it's a lot of fun. And if severe weather and meteorology is your thing, there's no better place to work than where I work. It's great. So we have so far to go. We don't have it figured out, and we probably never will. But whenever you hear people talking about the weather forecast, it's not from a lack of effort when we get it wrong. It's that complicated. Mother Nature is way beyond our ability to put in a box and to write a paragraph about what the weather forecast is going to be tomorrow. But we do our best, and we're going to keep trying and getting better, and hopefully we'll keep you safe. Thank you.
Okay, next I want to bring back up Mr. Steve Piltz, and he's going to talk about the communication side of things. And his title of his talk is Communicating the Threat Through Watches and Warnings via Multiple Sources. Steve?
So I'll kind of pick up a little bit where John left off. Just what was the world like 100 years ago? It's the same forecast. That same forecast appeared probably in all the newspapers in Illinois. That's the Illinois forecast. It was in the Carbondale Free Press the morning of the tornado. And like John said, that's what you got. Showers, turning colder, shifting gusty winds. Shifting gusty winds is kind of an understatement for the tri-state tornado, but that's all you had back then. Technology was just starting to come along a little bit. Radios were starting to be a little more prevalent, but still no formal warning mechanism was in place. There were about 600 radio stations on in the country in 1925. Some cool stuff was just starting to happen when we combined long-distance telephone, which was just emerging, with radio. Some cities were able to broadcast the presidential inauguration in March of that year. So we were just at the infancy of kind of what we know today. The same thing goes for the weather forecasting as well. You can see area radio stations. I only saw 2 listed. Maybe there were more, but one in Evansville, one in Cape, and KMOX in St. Louis. If you're a Cardinal fan, you can listen to that. That came on the air that Christmas Eve of that year. So it was just the beginning of trying to be able to push information out. So if you could get past this very kind of saucy magazine cover from Popular Mechanics, once you got past the cover, into the issue, this was June of 1925, and it was in reference to the tri-state tornado that a person in the Weather Bureau in Kansas City said, basically, we still don't have a really good way of forecasting this, but we really ought to find a way that when a town gets hit, somehow we can notify the next town. And so he talked about some kind of telephone-based warning system where we would know to communicate to each other. That didn't really happen, in 1925, but that was the turning point. The tri-state tornado was at the beginning of the newer technology that was just starting to move forward in the world, and there was a driving force that came out of this tornado that said we have to do better. We can't let town after town after town go down when there may have been a way to make some kind of communication even back in 1925. So up until, I think, 1939, depends on who you're talking about and the exact references, but you couldn't even say the word tornado in official Weather Bureau information. You couldn't. It was thought that there was just too much panic would be involved. Marshall would know. Too much panic would be involved if you mentioned the word tornado. And so it was pretty limited what we would see. But as wars do, wars push things forward. And so as World War II began to grow on, there became a concern that we can't lose a camp, we can't lose a base, we can't lose an ammunition manufacturing location to a storm. We need to start figuring this stuff out because it would be really bad right now to lose some of this infrastructure in the military. So there was a push, and there was a classified document that went back and looked back in the 1800s. As John said, there were tornado records back in the 1800s. And those people began to develop at least a basic idea, which was close, not anything, again, as we understand it today, but they were on the right track. And so the war accelerates that. Meteorologists began to look at this better and understand it. And then in March of 1948, a tornado hit Tinker Air Force Base on the 20th of March. And it was bad. And the base commander basically goes back to the weather unit and says, okay, can't you do something? Can't you give us at least a heads up as to what's going on? So, as luck, divine intervention, however you want to classify it, 5 days later, almost the exact same weather conditions developed in central Oklahoma. And the two meteorologists that were charged, they're like, can't you figure this out? Said, this looks an awful lot like it looked 5 days ago. And their commander said, are you willing to state that? And they said, yeah, I guess we will. So they announced to the base that they thought there was a likelihood of tornadoes in the vicinity of the base in the coming evening. And just after 6 o'clock that evening, a tornado hit Tinker Air Force Base again. So within 5 days, that happened. But that was the spark that said, okay, we can do this. We got to get smarter at it, but we shouldn't just be sitting on our hands anymore. So that was kind of the beginning of the birth of modern tornado forecasting. So this is a picture of the building that John works in. He showed you his desk and some of the inside. That's the building that he works at. That's the Storm Prediction Center. They have responsibility for the lower 48 United States. They issue the official outlooks and watches for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms. They do it somewhat in collaboration with the local offices, but still, the Storm Prediction Center takes the lead, and they provide just a wealth of information from that center that you saw with that desk where John sits at. They can pump out a lot of stuff both to the media, emergency managers, and their partners in the local weather offices as well. On the smaller scale, when you start getting down, okay, it's the day of the storm, now it's going to be the hour or two of the storm, there's more emphasis starts to shift to the local offices, like the Paducah office here. There's 122 other offices scattered around the country, and that's what you see, this map. And so these offices are picking up the timeline, basically. The Storm Prediction Center can walk you down from day 8 down to the day, and then as you get down to the hours left, then the local forecast office, using radar data and really pouring over local data, can begin to say, this is a zone, or here's a warning, here's the warnings, and we take it from there. So much of what you see about upcoming severe weather will be anchored in these maps that are made by the Storm Prediction Center. You'll see the words in their marginal, slight, moderate, high, enhanced. A lot of folks don't necessarily want to keep track of those words, as they're also typically referred to as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with 5 being the highest, one the lowest. But don't assume anything bad won't happen just because you're in a lower rated area. Lots of weather happens even in the lower rated area, so we're like, oh, it's only a level 1 or level 2 day. Still pay attention, still don't break connection with the world, because stuff is still has a good chance of happening. It just may not be as widespread, it may not be as intense maybe as some of the other days, but still something you pay attention to. One thing I would say though is be very careful as you're looking online, social media, whatever, with what the type of information you can receive from folks you don't know. I would really say follow folks that you can trust, that you know because you see them in your living room every night because they're talking to you about the weather. Folks that you have a good relationship with, they have a good track record, because the United States puts almost everything out that it has weather-wise out for the world to see on the internet. And so that means just about anybody can get a hold of a really cool looking map, and they can tag it with something that looks like that. And now you've got folks pretty much fired up. Being fired up, is it appropriate at this time? The map I showed you on there, if we go back, that was the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for yesterday, back 6 days out. So they highlighted, did an excellent job of highlighting this is where we think we're going to have concerns 6 days from now, which has been yesterday. But then you'll see people turn it into this. And so, but every once in a while you have to watch out too, because every once in a while somebody's going to get that right. And then they're going to be a hero to somebody. And they may we have a joke sometimes in the office, they forecast 20 out of the last 5 tornadoes that we've had. So they say it's going to tornado all the time, it only does it just a little bit. So you have to watch that. So just be careful of not believing everything you see when it pops up on your screen. So I knew that I had to provide a John Hart watch when I talked about tornadoes and thunderstorm watches. You see his name underneath. And where are you, John? So you're in second place now? So all of the tornado watches, great thunderstorm watches started. So when you guys officially start that count? In the 50s or? In the 50s. And so John showed you that timeline. We began to really accelerate forward from the 50s on. Of all the meteorologists that worked in the office that is now the Storm Prediction Center, John's in all-time second place for the most number of tornadoes and great thunderstorm watches. I think we said it's going to take you 10 years to catch the lead, so I don't know if you're going to make a run at that or not. He says he'll be home. So. But the watch is the next step down from the outlook, where you've got this outlook, we're saying, okay, we've got this day, be careful. Now we're in a watch situation where we're identifying pieces of states, and we're identifying it over the next several hours. And so it's focusing down the threat, and as you all probably know, last night the tornado watch that this area was in was a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. They extended back into southeast Missouri to northeast Arkansas. So it's good to know the wording too. Don't just go, hey, I'm in a tornado watch. Know if it's what the wording is. That's sometimes a mistake we make where I'm in a watch, I'm in a warning. Listen to the words and see if there's anything special about it. So I circled back on my Mayfield Tornado Day remap to make it look like it was just outside of Murphysboro, and I took the tornado emergency text that Paducah issued for Mayfield and made it more look like a tri-state event. Again, obviously this is all fake 100 years after the fact, but just to give you an idea that we go from the Storm Prediction Center from day 8 all the way down to the hours before the tornado. Now we're getting down to like we're inside 2 or 3 hours, and it's the warning that you're looking for. It's kind of a ready, set, go thing, where the warning is go. Something is either being reported or there's enough concern in all the data that we have that says you need to do something. So you need to take some kind of precaution. And this is how we would like you to read through the information and know that you're going from this large scale down to the warning means do something. Take shelter, pay attention to what's going on. Now the Weather Service is trying to push out into this area between the watch and the warning. It's still very experimental. A lot of it goes back to what John said about the convective allowing models that actually try to forecast where thunderstorms are going to spin and not just forecast the thunderstorm. So the idea is to take, here we got a supercell thunderstorm, it's got a hook echo underneath the storm, the tornado would be down near the bottom of the hook echo somewhere. We put a tornado warning on it. That would give us about 45 minutes, oftentimes tornado warnings are 45 minutes long. But that sometimes isn't enough if you're in a packed stadium or if you're in a place like this with a bunch of folks, and it may take more than just a few minutes to get everybody to safety. So we're pushing out more and more to try to have something extend out ahead of the warning. And that's where the future is trying to go to, so that we can say, hey, you're in a zone that's focused down inside the watch now. This is the zone you got to be careful of. This is one that we issued from the Tulsa office. It was on a storm that produced a strong tornado in the town of Claremore, which is in the center of your map there, just to the northeast of Tulsa. This is a little bit old-fashioned in some ways. It's like old-fashioned new stuff. John talked about he loves looking at observed data. He loves looking at what's going on now. So a lot of what's going on now goes into that map. You can see that light-colored area extends out in front of the tornado warning. And then we were able to brief emergency managers, put that out on social media, to say this is the zone that we're most concerned of. And the tornado struck pretty much dead center in that light purple area there. So that's the future. It won't happen all the time, but it's something we're trying to push forward to. But all of this really means nothing if you don't get it. The outlooks, watches, warnings don't do anything for the folks that don't receive it. So this whole process is meant to kind of start you planning. When the weather conversations start to turn to, Friday could be a bad day. Start thinking, where are you going to be? Where's your family going to be? Are you going to be at a ball game somewhere? Are you going to be at work late in the evening? Whatever's going on, start thinking about what's going on and just have that in the back of your mind. What would we do if something really did happen? Then on the day of the storm, stay connected. I can always tell you how bad a storm is going to be in Tulsa because Cheryl, my wife, won't answer her cell phone when it's getting really bad. For whatever reason, we've had this history now for 40-some-odd years that when it's really bad, she won't pick up. I don't know how that works, but I'm like, it's going to be bad because she's not answering. So it's just, but it's just normal. It's just what we do. We have so much going on. She's probably on the phone with her sister, or friend Rosemary, or something. I don't know. But it's just what we do. But staying connected, not being on Netflix and watching binging movies. When there's a tornado threat and you're not going to receive a warning, that's this kind of stuff that you kind of want to stay away from. And you also want to be able to have multiple ways to receive watches and warnings. Because all this stuff is, all this equipment that's out there that's trying to get you this information is out of the weather. And so some of it's going to fail. It's just almost guaranteed there are going to be technical issues during all of that, whether it's the sirens or your cell phone or your weather radio or the app you have, something's not going to work right. So having more than one method to receive the warnings is great. For most of us, cell phones are going to activate for tornadoes, hail the size as baseballs are larger, wind gusts of 80 miles an hour or more, flash floods with considerable or catastrophic potential. So a lot of us have that built in if we haven't turned it off, because that's a very loud noise. Y'all heard it. A lot of you heard it last night. So it's very, very loud, but it needs to be able to wake you up. You have to have these multiple ways. Something has to be able to say, hey, get up, turn on the radio, turn on the television, see what's going on. NOAA weather radio that's operated by the National Weather Service is a good thing. It operates, and it has weather programming on it 24 hours a day, but it also has alarm features that can wake you up as, hey, it's the middle of the night, you need to wake up, something's going on. Some of the models will let you customize things for, I only want to have this kind of information, don't wake me up for this, wake me up for that. Lots of apps. Radio and TV stations will have apps. Certain agencies will have their apps. And sometimes they'll even track your GPS. They will know where you are and give you the warning, even if you're not sitting anywhere near your house. So those are good things. Sirens are always something interesting because everybody expects to have the siren go off for every time that they should be scared. But what have we really done over the last 20, 30 years? We put some more caulking in the windows. We're trying to keep the hot air from getting in or cool air from going out. So we don't hear sirens well inside a home a lot of times, especially if it's the middle of the night. So sirens are great. They're really great for people who are outdoors. If you're away from the radio and television and you're not fully engaged in keeping up, the siren will tell you that, hey, something's going on. But don't always expect to be able to hear the siren, because if you're in a sound sleep, you may not. So while we say that you all should have multiple ways of receiving different information and different warnings, the National Weather Service also set this up for communities and institutions, and so cities, counties. It's something called Storm Ready. It was a partnership with emergency managers, and it basically focuses on multiple ways that your community will receive information and push it back out to you. And so it's not just a personal responsibility, that we also try to help the cities and counties as much as we can to understand this is what you ought to be doing to make sure you're doing the best for your folks. So this is something that started in the late 90s. And just to give you an idea, there's I was going to scan across Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana just to show you that there are storm-ready communities all over the place. It's a large number now. Murphysboro, Carbondale, Jackson County, and Southern Illinois University are all storm-ready communities here in this immediate area. And there's Indiana, just to kind of fill the path of the tri-state tornadoes. It's something that we really want to have that partnership with the emergency managers and be able to have that back and forth. Because basically what that says is, I want to know your emergency manager before I meet him or her in the damage zone the next day. So we want to have that relationship early. So if you're asking, so what does the tornado of 1925 have to do with Storm Ready that was created in the 1990s? And the answer to the question is Murphysboro was the model town for the storm ready criteria for the town of its size. I grew up in Murphysboro. I knew what this town did. This town started doing lots of stuff way back. In the 50s, the emphasis really began to push up. That's Mary Nash and Charles Young in an Associated Press photograph on the 20th of March, 1958. I think they're standing out somewhere on the west side of town, probably near Cemetery Hill. Murphysboro began to really push hard after the tri-state and also the 1957 tornado that's disrupted this area as well. And so from that, we eventually developed an emergency operations center underneath City Hall. Some years after this, Bill Crawshaw gets involved, which is important to me because Bill really became a mentor for me in the area of emergency management. Bill arranged for me to be able to work in the Murphysboro Operations Center between the ages of 16 and 20, thereabouts. And so I had a good familiar understanding of what a town the size of Murphysboro could do. And I thought, when I helped design this program, I want to set the bar for towns this size, exactly what Murphysboro does, because Murphysboro does really cool stuff. And so that goes on today with Brian Manwaring, continuing all that work on and moving forward. So I just wanted to give you an idea of how the different methods of watches and warnings work, let you know what really wasn't available back in 1925, and kind of give you an idea of where things are going forward. And the whole storm ready program is something to support in your community. If you have in your town, you may check with your local officials. Are we storm ready or are we not? If you don't know that, then you might encourage them to do that. So with that, I will say thank you one last time And it's been a joy talking to you all. Thank you very much.
Okay, we come across our next break. Steve, you have us an extra 5 minutes, so you all don't have to be back here until 11:30, and I hope you all come back. We have a panel discussion with our media folks. And so come back at 11:30 sharp, and we'll get that started.
Hey, how are you? Hey, good to see you. What's going on? Yeah, I like that.
Janet's up at IDA.
She's got retired.
Okay, but so she spends too much money.
You're retired.
Yes. But some of them are retired because they didn't retire.
What do you mean?
No, it's not.
Life treating you pretty good?
Oh, yeah. We live 2 miles south of Grace Springs. In fact, the fastest severe power fell west.
Did you get money last night?
Got to bed about 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Severe weather, tornado, repair.
Hi, Kendra.
Walk by you. Oh, so sorry.
You good?
I had goosebumps 3 days ago when I realized I hate these forecasts. I didn't even know about this. I'm trying to. I didn't realize it's died.
Yes, I did see more than one. Yes, I did.
I wasn't aware of it.
Everybody was talking about it. Yeah.
In the same kind of thing that my dad's younger brother, he's on fire and they had a brother
Right, exactly. Right. Well, the issues about
Murphysboro.
Yeah. Oh, really? Right. Yes. That was your one at 9. She was saying that kind of very nice.
That's funny because my dad, I grew up in Illinois, down Beach City. My dad was cheap. So one Saturday, my dad says, get in your car.
Oh, wow.
And
oh, really?
So here we are. Fire station. Had a cliff near the wall of the fire station. So I showed up. We were on our way to St. Louis. And stopped by other people there. And I started laughing. My dad brought driven people here to see.
Yeah. I don't know if that's
Sounds good.
yeah, that's right. You know, I'm amazed at how good right. And last night they said that tornado had touched down in Reanalysis and then off over Murphysboro and then came down in the Frank. I heard them say that it was tracked in the city as the tri-state because the one that hit up by my house was
Well, here in
right. But it's pretty right. I know it.
I've learned. We live about a mile north of so when we live up here, it's like you said, Florida. Fire station, Florida, regular, Ryan, well, we got weather. And I know
Yeah, right.
Like this, just about a couple minutes. I think it was close to 60. Yeah,
all over. Some of them are crazy. Really?
I hit the 256 last night.
Yeah.
You had damage
Those are big work. All that weight.
I had looking out the window and I think I know what one you're talking about. It's like down the you can see where it was just not on this side, but on the other side. And then up the airport road, it stopped. But it was, and they looked cool.
I still have 6 years of
Okay, everybody's attention. There is a car with their windows down, and it looks like it may rain, and there was a very nice attendee who took your license plate number to, it's a Corolla, a white Toyota Corolla EP 34470. Your windows are down, you have a name on it, and bring them back up. If that's you, go check it out.
Maybe we get some blood. She didn't know anything about it.
No, I didn't either.
I jumped in the and James
So you heard it on the news or something?
So how do you enjoy our journey? Because I had dust, asking from the dust.
Right.
I like the dust really down to
seems to happen.
All this surrounding stuff. Look at this. But all that way. So I was thinking yeah, but look at that. It is. I just don't know how well, I mean, I was I don't want to get into tired of
Okay, so I would like to introduce my former meteorologist in charge and my mentor, Mr. Steve Eddy. He's going to be moderating this session. And Steve, I'm going to take it back.
Let's see. Good morning still. It is good to be back here and acting like a meteorologist after having a couple of weeks in retirement. Y'all look forward to it. All right. Well, the first thing we're going to do is introduce each other and introduce ourselves to you. And then we are going to answer a couple of questions, just a few minutes from each person from their perspective. And then we will open the floor to the questions. So just so you know where we're going, I'm going to try and moderate. So if I do this, they know that's okay. Let's move on, because we stand between you and your lunch. So I want to do this. So I'll do an example of what I want them all to do. My name is Steve Eddy. I am the former meteorologist in charge of the Paducah Weather Service office. Let's see, I worked for almost 40 years for the National Weather Service at over 12 offices across the Central Plains, and ended here in Paducah, which is where I plan on staying. So, let's see, what got me interested in weather? I'm strange in a lot of ways, but I'm kind of strange for all the people I work with, because most of these people are going to tell you when they were 4 or 5 years old, they saw the first snowflake and that got them interested. For me, I wanted to be an airline pilot. And I went to college and I was like, oh, I don't want to, or actually it was in high school I studied it, and I didn't want to take that math. One semester of calculus scared me away. So then I became a meteorologist where I had to take 4 semesters of calculus and So, but I just fell in love with a lot of the stuff you were looking at today. When I was studying meteorology at the college level, just the way nature works and the complexity, and it's a challenge, and I love challenges. So, and then I'm a servant at heart, so, and I believe most of these people up here are too. And I really cared about people's lives, and so I got in a job that my job was to protect lives and property. So that's it for me. So we're going to start on the end of the table here.
All right. Wow, that is loud. I forget sometimes I'm pretty loud. I'm Grant Dade. I work at KFES 12 in Cape Girardeau. Let's see. My path of getting here was a little different than probably most people here. I always was a weather nut. From the time I was about 4 or 5 years old, I watched our cars get destroyed by softball-sized hail in Rapid City, South Dakota. My dad was an Air Force pilot, and we were at Ellsworth Air Force Base. And at the time, I didn't know what I was looking at, but I know now that I had a low precipitation supercell right over my house, dumping large chunks of ice on us. And I just remember seeing those chunks of ice falling from the sky. I remember the barber pole of the storm and wondering, wow, what is causing that? Had no idea. And then I remembered my dad, who was an artist in profanity, saying lots and lots of different words because the cars were getting destroyed. And I was 5 at the time. He was a little older than that, so it was okay, I guess, that he could have used those words. So that piqued my interest in weather. So as you would think, I probably studied weather. Anytime I get my hands on a weather book, I started reading it at a young age. So I was going to go, of course, and be a meteorologist. I wanted to work for actually, not, it's the storm prediction here now, but remember the severe storm in Kansas City, Missouri. That's that used to be issue all the watches. That was my desire as a teenager. I wanted to work in severe storm forecasting. So what did I do? I went to Auburn, Alabama and studied building science because I was an Auburn fan and Florida State was our big rivalry at the time, and they were the nearest meteorology school, and I wasn't going to go there because I didn't want to, football was a big thing. That was probably dumb on my part, but it led me here eventually. I'm 33 years old after working in the restaurant business for many years. I told my wife, if I don't go back to college now, I'm never going to do it. So we sold the house, went to Mississippi State, studied meteorology, and then got my first job in Oak Hill, West Virginia. And you think that the first weather job is going to be glamorous. It is not. I had a family of 4. I was making $8.30 an hour to do weather, but I wanted to do it. And I was lucky enough to get picked up by our sister station in Texas about 17 years ago now, I guess. And that's what led me here eventually when Bob Reed retired, since it was our sister station. they said, "Hey, Grant, you interested in this?" And I said, "Yeah." And so here I am.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Riccovina, former chief meteorologist at WPSD and current contributing meteorologist. Is that how we maybe say it? I still help out from time to time and recently went back full time for a little while to help Trent out, and the team is a little short staffed. So, and my career started about 4 or 5 years old. Steve's right, yep, that's the time period that you start to become aware of your environment around you and kind of the oohs and ahs of thunderstorms and terrible fear of thunderstorms and lightning as a kid, always terrified there'd be a tornado. I grew up in Northeast Ohio where tornadoes weren't so frequent or common, but always scared that would happen so much so I used to sleep in the basement anytime it would storm. And so up there you have basements everywhere, so we have that. But kind of went the non-traditional route. I went to Kent State University in Kent, Ohio for my undergrad and got my degree in political science and international relations. Did not use that whatsoever. But I had a professor there, and I always wanted to go into weather, but my parents didn't trust to send me far away to school, so they were right. I didn't do so hot off the bat going to school, but once I had a path forward and found a professor that actually taught meteorology there because they had an aviation program. I was able to take a few classes, and I knew that's exactly what I wanted to do, so I put myself through graduate school at Mississippi State, got my master's degree there, and did some fill-in work for the CBS station down in Columbus, Mississippi, but my first full-time job was in Paducah as the weekend meteorologist, so I did that for 3 years, and then was promoted after Cal Sisto left to chief meteorologist and spent almost 20 years there. So my life, I've lived here longer than anywhere else, so this is home now, and I continue my forecasting and support online for Trent and his team and all the local broadcasters in our region. We're all pretty good about sharing information that way.
My name is Trent Oberson. I'm the chief meteorologist and morning meteorologist at WPSD in Paducah. Like Grant and Jennifer, I kind of took a little bit of a non-traditional route to my career as well, and also to some degree my career started out of a fear of storms. I was terrified of thunder whenever I was a kid. I can remember being 4 or 5 years old and just getting major anxiety whenever I would hear thunder. My Papa would tell me this ridiculous story. Every time there was thunder, he would say, "Don't worry about it, it's just a tater wagon tipping over." It made me laugh and made me feel better at the time, and then as I got a little bit older, I realized that was a load of probably something not related to taters. So that made me feel better, but that fear drove an interest in storms, and like Grant said, every time I had the opportunity to grab a book that was weather related, I would pick it up and read it and check it out. Also, an interesting family connection. I'm from Metropolis, and my grandparents actually grew up. My grandma was from Cambria, and my papa was from Herring, and they were kids at the time of the tri-state tornado. And so as I talked to them about weather, I remember hearing stories about what they remembered from. They weren't directly in the path of the storm, but obviously knew people that were impacted and saw the aftermath. My dad's family lost their home in a tornado in Massac County in the 1960s. And so those family ties, again, kind of reinforced my interest in weather. As a kindergartner, I would show up for school every day and drive my teacher crazy giving the weather forecast. She actually went to church with Cal Sisto, the former chief meteorologist at WPSD, and for my 6th birthday set me up a trip to tour the station and meet Cal. I still have the gigantic fax printout weather maps from June 30th, 1986 that he gave me that day. Those are a keepsake that I'll treasure forever. There's a picture of me floating around the internet with Cal. I'm wearing tube socks that are taller than I actually was at the time. A ridiculous looking photo, but it was a memory. I took a non-traditional route as well. I decided to go study biology out of high school and became a high school science teacher. I did that for 5 years. I taught at Century, Polk County, and Massac County. It took me about 30 seconds after the tardy bell on the first day to realize this was probably not going to be my career path for the rest of my life. So I decided to go back to school online through Mississippi State and annoy Jennifer every weekend while I was in college to come over at the station on the weekends and hang out with her and practice at the green screen. And whenever a couple of folks left the business, then I had the opportunity to jump in there. And so I give a ton of credit to Jennifer for mentoring me and helping me on the path that I am now. I've been there for about 18 years, and I love it. This is home. Hope to be here for a long time.
Hi there, I am Ashley Manuel. I am the weirdo friend in the chat who is not a meteorologist, so props to all these people. I'm just a weather enthusiast, and I do really believe in delivering that information to listeners on the radio when I have an opportunity to. But weather and radio have been linked for me, since childhood too. I grew up in central Illinois in the flats, where any day in June, you go, okay, well, what time is it going to storm today? Because it stormed every single day. And it was 5 minutes, maybe it was, something a little more wild, but most of the time you just knew it was going to storm. And I was always glued to the radio for listening to music, but also I wanted to hear the EAS. I was that person that was like, oh, the EAS is coming on. When's this got the tones coming on? I was that kid. And then I wanted to run outside and look at it. And also, my mother grew up she was born in Burton, Oklahoma, which I don't expect anyone to know where that is, and then spent most of her time also growing up in Kansas, so we would take trips out west, and always in the summer, and I was just completely fascinated by the storms there, and just how everything looked, how intense everything was, and also just, kind of being an art kid, I was amazed at the colors whenever a storm would come through. The grass was so much greener. The sky was so just this amazing blue-gray color, and I was just hooked. I just wanted to see it. I wanted to get out there and look at it. As far as my career path, I did do radio television broadcasting. I didn't want to do math either, so I did not do anything like these guys have done. I was a 2-year program in broadcasting. I did have to take some weather classes, which I loved. And I have been, I guess you could say, privileged to see some really strange weather things in my life. Like when I was taking one of the weather classes in college, we had snow rollers on our campus. And it was the weirdest thing ever. So I just really enjoy it. And, it's something that it's been really important to me as a radio broadcaster. I've been with Withers here in Southern Illinois for just over 18 years. And my primary duty is doing an afternoon show. And as you know, the timing that's when it storms. So it's just kind of part of my day to do weather coverage.
All right. You'll notice that there were some other names, or are other names on your program, and those folks, for one reason or another, I can't figure out why, with warnings going out all over again, they could not make it here. So it's awesome that you guys could. Thank you so very much for being here. I think, since we're 15 minutes in, I think we're going to start with some questions and just let them ask some questions. And if that's okay, Christine, make her jump out of the... So, if you would like to ask a question, raise your hand and watch her run to you.
Oh, you got to go all the way in the back? You get my exercise today. All right, I saw his hand first. I'm going to look at him.
You're supposed to run.
Hi. Thanks for all you do. It's valuable to all of us and a good use of our resources. But I was wondering what it would take to get the meteorologist community
to use more accurate terms when describing actually what's happening in the weather. I'm speaking specifically to the wind. We constantly hear like the wind is coming out of the southwest, but the wind is not coming out of the southwest. There's a low pressure zone in the northeast pulling. Local celebrity Buckminster Fuller would always say, the wind doesn't blow, the wind's being pulled. And I personally think that the general population would better understand weather if we talked about it more accurately. And I'd like to have meteorologists stop saying the wind's being pushed. The wind's being pulled. Correctly? Am I correct in that? And then if we would talk more about the wind's being pulled out of the northeast, people would understand that the wind's not pushing at them, it's being pulled past them. And I was wondering what it might take to get the meteorologist community to start using more accurate terms. Well, okay, so here's what wind is. Wind is Mother Nature trying to balance things out. We've got high pressure, we've got low pressure. The air wants to go from a high pressure to a low pressure. Then we can throw in the Coriolis effect. We're going to bend that wind to the right in the northern hemisphere, to the left in the southern hemisphere. Now, I could do that a lot, and we could all do that, but there's not one consultant in the news business that would allow us to do that. So the wind, when we say it's a southeast wind, that is just so everybody knows that the wind will be coming out of the southeast, because that's what's happening. If we've got, the wind is going from a high pressure to a low pressure, because that's just the way Mother Nature wants to balance things out. But especially on TV, you're not going to ever hear us be able to really get into that. I do some web stuff where I have actually talked about pressure gradients. I was explaining why the winds were so strong yesterday ahead of our storm system because of pressure gradient. And when I get 15 minutes to talk, I do that. I'll talk about, here's what's happening. This is what the wind's doing. Now, I haven't gone into the effects of the Coriolis effect, but because I honestly, the average person probably would not want to continue. And some of them, real people that are interested in weather and science and things like that, yeah, they'd want to hear that. They'd want to listen to that. But according to our consultants, the 95% of the population would be churning the channel if we went that involved with it.
Yeah, so part of what we do is, these consultants, there's a key demographic. That's a TV term. There's a certain profile of the general person that is going to watch. And so this is a rundown of who they are, what their life looks like, what they want to hear, what they don't want to hear. And so our primary goal is to try to craft our message around that. And the majority of that key demographic, not terribly interested in the real in-depth science. They just want to know what's happening and how it's going to affect their lives. And especially from my perspective, I'm on a morning. A lot of my weather hits sometimes are anywhere from a minute and a half to maybe 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I've got 53 counties and 7 days worth of information that I have to fit in to about 150 seconds worth of content time. And so that involves a lot of summary. This is the big picture. This is what we have. This is what we need to get out there. Unlike Jennifer and Grant and all of us here, I love the science, but most of the time there's just simply not time to get into that.
And I'll add that where this all started, let's talk 1925, it was an observer standing on the ground, and they didn't really understand meteorology that well. At that point, all they knew was the wind was hitting them in the face when they were in a certain direction. That's how it was getting reported. So it all started from that, I believe, and then so that's actually what the report is. So it's a great question. And yeah, well, I think every one of us agrees if we can add some science into what we're doing, and I think they do an excellent job of it, by the way. I've been a lot of places, and these guys really do a great job of trying to inject science in and get you to understand a little bit more. So, but we always are up for listening, right?
Have you guys ever, and I'm sure you have, I've been told at times, hey, back off on that because most folks don't know what you're talking about. And so that's what kind of leads us to try to talk it into layman terms, because there have been times where I've been pulled in the office, and especially when I first got here, you can't say all that stuff because nobody understands what you're saying.
And that's the beauty of having social media and those other resources to reach out to people and give that additional information, long-term, long format, if you will. But, you know, consultants will tell you, and this is really what most people watch, our forecasts are lifestyle driven. So they're very almost a folksy conversation with what you need to know for the day. It's not the weather scientific explanation every time. Of course, when we have big outbreaks, we do get a little more in-depth because the news producers will give you extra time. But again, that goes into the preparedness part of it, protecting your lives, what you need to do to be protecting yourself in the storm, not necessarily getting into all the science behind it. That's what we use Facebook for, that's what we use YouTube, and the additional resources we have available to us now thanks to technology.
I had some really important listener feedback several years ago that has just stuck with me, and it will for the rest of my life, because I felt really, really bad. This was probably about 15 years ago. There was some severe storms happening in my town, and it was a weekend night, and I kind of just made the decision not to go into the station that night. I was checking our Facebook. We did have Facebook back then. And we got a message from someone saying how disappointed they were in us that we didn't have any live coverage that night because I chose not to go in. I was hunkering down at my house. And it was a brief event. It wasn't anything. It was isolated to the town I lived in. But the person said, we don't understand what the emergency alert system is saying. I understand that you're putting that out there. We don't know what that means. Please don't assume that we know what that means. I don't know what a watch is. I don't know what a warning is. I need you to explain what's happening. And that really stuck with me, and that's why I know you guys put out slides and everything many times to explain the difference between a watch and a warning, and I can tell you still today we have people ask that question. So I 100% appreciate the ability to go into the science a little bit more and have that discussion, and I mean, we're all for it. There's a lot of people that are very interested in that, but sometimes you have folks that just say, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. And so, especially in media, that's our first job. First is to try to help protect people and just give that basic information out to try to save lives.
Beautiful. All right, want to try another question?
Somebody close.
First, thank you all, particularly Grant, who was in our basement with us last time. My question is for Ashley, and it relates to the story you just told. I know a lot of radio programming is delivered by satellite these days, fewer people on site at the station. If I'm listening to a weather station in my car, for example, any time of the day or night, what can I expect in terms of somebody breaking in with a tornado warning, or if the weather looks bad, should I tune to another station that might have a bigger station that might have full-time staff all day?
Well, I can tell you, it just in the radio industry across the board, there's not a lot of live coverage that happens anymore. Everybody is short-staffed. As far as being satellite with our company, we've actually gone backwards. We did that in the 90s. We don't do that anymore. So we are local. As far as anybody doing coverage, at least with the weather stations in Illinois, that kind of just falls on my hat because I'm the one that's interested in it. I'm the one that, has kind of just taken that on and said, well, that's my thing, I'll do it. And we are short-staffed. That's not anything, that's no secret. But I'll tell you what I did last night. I, like many of these other folks, have spent, the nights at the station, being there all night, trying to make sure to get the reports out and everything. And the other part of your question too, I'm typically on WQRL because I just can't hop around to every station or send a report to every station, so that's kind of our hub. I try to do that when I can. But I now have a 1-year-old. So yesterday I said, I'm not leaving my baby at home. I'm not leaving my baby with somebody. But technology is wonderful, and it actually worked last night. So I did coverage from home until about 1 a.m. where I was able to log in remotely. I have a home studio, so I was able to get reports out within about a minute and a half to be accurate, and dump those in remotely, play them back, listen to them, start again, and did that till about 1 a.m. yesterday.
Thank you.
This morning.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And just think, if you were there in 1925, you got your news from 3 days ago, right? In the newspaper, most of it. So, wow. So, yeah, great. Go ahead, Christy. Another one?
No, over here. He's got a question on this side.
Give me a walk.
So, my question kind of goes out to all of you. Being born in 2003 in Southeast Missouri, most of my interest in weather has been in the shadow of Joplin, post, one of the most historic tornadoes in modern time. One of the big things that was mentioned as a cause of fatality in that tornado, the enormous numbers we saw, was sort of warning fatigue. People didn't necessarily take warnings seriously. They were looking for secondary confirmation. Of course, it was rain wrap, so they didn't get it. But they were looking for that because there were so many warnings constantly, and nobody really knew when it was actually a tornado. We've seen a lot of improvement, I think, on the National Weather Service side of that, being a lot more certain before warnings and watches are issued in recent years. On the broadcast side, how do you balance getting enough advance warning for a community, especially somewhere, like in Southeast Missouri, there's a lot of communities, nobody has basements because they're all in a floodplain, getting those advance warnings out far enough for people to get somewhere to shelter, but also not so far out that you're having a lot of false alarms and false warnings that people just get numb to it, and we end up having another large fatality situation.
I would say that, as you noted, that the improvements in the National Weather Service forecasting with the addition of upgrades to dual polarization radar has really cut down on what you might consider false alarms or non-tornadic reports with storms, simply because now we can see finer details of debris, like in many cases last night, searching for debris to see if there is in fact a tornado on the ground causing damage before putting out possible warnings. But I think going back to the basics, in that putting out information on what is your plan 24, 48 hours out? Are you going to be at work? Are you going to be at home? What is your plan going to be? And I think that starts to cut down on kind of the chaotic part of reacting to a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. But I think the advancements these days in being able to get the word out, instead of waiting for a 15-minute radar scan, it's much faster, and every scan coming in is bringing in new data almost instantaneously, and through the Weather Service chat, which all of us, emergency managers, local media, radio, and the Weather Service participate in, and first responders, so that we can all instantly see the information all at the same time. So if Grant is reporting they just had a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust at Cape Girardeau, we see that too, because he's reported it in that chat, and that's how we collectively get that information out all at the same time as fast as possible. But I really think it's the upgrade to dual polarization radar that has advanced so much on cutting down on false alarms.
Okay, we're at noon. I guess Christine or maybe Ryan, you're calling. If we continue, they can all stand up and go to the door and get their lunch, I guess.
I'm sure you're all hungry. Yes. We can always talk at breaks in the afternoon, so please enjoy your lunch. You should have seen a pamphlet or a piece of paper on I think our Weather Service desk that has all the options.
I was going to say, before you go, just on behalf of the broadcast media, the relationship with the Weather Service and what you do to provide life-saving information is beyond anything we could be grateful for. It is just tremendous what you do. I don't think you guys realize that here at the TV stations, we don't issue warnings. We don't initiate that warning. It's the National Weather Service, and then they trust us to deliver that message to you. And they are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, putting out all of that information and saving those lives. So I just want to thank the Weather Service for doing that and persevering through some very difficult times. At NOAA right now, things are a lot of uncertainty, and that's hitting every single office in the country, but I appreciate your dedication to our communities because it saves lives and makes a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you guys for being here.
How about a round of applause for this wonderful group?
So we'll start off again at 1:30. We have another panel discussion with emergency management, so you don't want to miss that, and all the other programs we have going on, including our keynote speaker from our director. So please come back and enjoy the second half of our program. Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. That's all you think of Murphysboro.
Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing for the souls they couldn't save again. March wind roared a wicked tune, so loud it split the day. The towns of Missouri shivered and braced for nature's blight. Murphysboro trembling under threatening blackening eye. The sky unhinged its anger as everything learned to fly. Woe and screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise folded in its flesh. Across the heartland, dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. Its barrel shattering hope like glass. Hope turned to ghostly fragments scattered in its path. Tears fell like the rain that tried and failed to drown the fear. In every fallen building, whispers said it lingered near. Who in the air cried out as the beast began to sigh? But in its wake were echoes of a brutal, raging fire. The ground could not forget, and the air could not forgive. The day the tornado took more than man could ever give. Rolling, screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It growled like a monster, a promise folded in its flesh. Across the heartland, dancing, leaving stars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. The deadliest howl of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, 18th etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held his head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. March wind roared a wicked tune, so loud it split the day. The towns of Missouri shivered and braced for nature's blight. Murphysboro trembling under threatening blackening eye. The sky unhinged its anger as everything learned to fly. Rolling, screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise folded in its pledge. Across the heartland dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. Illinois, its barrel shattering hope like glass. Homes turned to ghostly fragments scattered in its path. Tears fell like the rain that tried to fail to drown the fear. In every fallen building, whispers said it lingered near. Who in the air cried out as the beats began to time? But in its wake were echoes of a brutal raging fire. The ground could not forget, and the air could not forgive. The day the tornado took more than man could ever give. Rolling, screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise folded in its pledge. Across the heartland dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. The deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held his head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to Murphysboro in shambles, held his head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing for the souls they couldn't save again. March wind roared wicked soon, so loud it stood today. The towns of Missouri shiver and brace for nature's blight. Now you can't see that. Murphysboro trembling under threatening blackening eye. Well, when we the sky unhinged its anger as everything learns to fly. Rolling, screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowls like a monster, a promise folded in its flesh. Across the heartland, dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. Its barrel shattering hope like glass. Hope turned to ghostly fragments scattered in its path. Tears fell like the rain that tried but failed to drown the fear. In every falling building whispers said it lingered near. Who in the air cried out as the beast began to sigh? But in its wake were echoes of a brutal raging fire. The ground could not forget, and the air could not forgive. The day the tornado took more than man could ever give. Rolling, screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise folded in its flesh. Across the heartland, dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. The deadliest howl of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing for the soul trembling under threatening blackening eye. The sky unhinged its anger as everything learned to fly. Woe and screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise folded in its pledge. Across the heartland, dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky roared out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. Through Illinois, it barreled, shattered in hope like glass. Hope turned to ghostly fragments, scattered in its path. Tears fell like the rain that tried and failed to drown the fear. In every fallen building, whispers said it lingered near. Louisiana cried out as the beast began to time. But in its wake were echoes of a brutal, raging fire. The ground could not forget, and the air could not forgive. The day the tornado took more than man could ever give. Woe and screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise folded in its pledge. Across the heartland, dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. The deadliest howl of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in its shambles held its head out to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest howl of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. 18th, etched in history. Storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held his head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour in nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held his head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing for the souls they couldn't save again. So loud it split the day. The towns of Missouri shiver and brace for nature's light. Murphysboro trembling under threatening blackening eye. The sky unhinged its anger as everything learns to fly. Woe is screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise folded in its flesh. Across the heartland dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. It fell, shattering hope like glass. Hope turned to ghostly fragments, scattered in its path. Tears fell like the rain that tried but failed to drown the fear. In every fallen building, whispers said it lingered near. Who Indiana cried out as the beast began to time. But in its wake were echoes of a brutal raging fire. The crowd could not forget, and the air would not forget. The day the tornadoes took more than man could ever get. Now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held his head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing for the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing for the soul March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in its shambles, held his head up to the rain, while states stood silent, breathing, with the souls they couldn't save again. Deadliest hour of nature, now a tale for hearts to tell. March 18th, etched in history, a storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in its shambles, held its head up to the rain, while states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save again. March wind roared, wicked tune, so loud it split the day. The towns of Missouri shivered and prayed for nature's light. Murphysboro trembling under threatening blackening eye. The sky unhinged its anger as everything learns to fly. War and screaming, tearing through the daylight's fragile edge. It prowled like a monster, a promise holding in its pledge. Across the heartland dancing, leaving scars too deep for time. The sky rolled out its fury in a savage, twisted rhyme. The north is barrel, shattering hope like glass. Homes turn to ghostly fragments, scattered in its path. Tears fell like the rain that tried to fail to drown the fear. In every falling building whispered, steadily March 18th, etched in history. Storm straight out of hell. Murphysboro in its shambles, held its head up to the rain. While states stood silent, grieving for the souls they couldn't save.
But she's a little correct, so
He's on our team. He's actually chief of the, but you guys do real good. So you're excited to get back out there, I bet. You're located in Norman, right? Or did you guys move from the Norman? Are you on the campus? Okay. That is actually funny because in that means if they actually and then Steve, that's the one. them EMA. I don't think EMA. Well, I mean, it's first territory, Look right there. No, but he's right there, what's the freaking, it's crazy, and look, watch this hit. It literally, right there, boom. No, I don't want to do that. I think I don't think he's the head of Franklin, but I know he's on.
Did they go over?
All right, we're back. Good to see you all. Are your tummies full? Yeah, that's good. No napping. This is going to be fun this afternoon too. So if we catch you nodding off, we got a water bottle to throw at you. So. Now I think this will be a fun time. We get to speak with emergency managers. In my time at the National Weather Service, I always looked at a good warning system for weather as a three-legged stool. If one of the legs isn't there, it falls over. So the first leg would be emergency management, the second leg would be media, and the third leg, the National Weather Service. And if all those are working together in harmony, you get good results normally. And usually a lot less damage and people dying and hurt, so for weather. So our goal has always been to work well with these folks. You'll notice on the agenda again, there were we slated a few more people to be here, but I think some tornadoes and such have kept them back home. And so again, we're very happy to have the folks that did make it here, and I am going to let them introduce themselves, and we're not going to go on as long as we did with the media people and ask them, you know, the first weather event they remember. We're going to instead just do names and their title, and then we'll get on with some questions, and we're looking forward to good questions from you all too later.
Thank you. Brian Manwaring, I'm the Director of the Emergency Management Agency for the City of Murphysboro.
My name is Ashton Mendorf. I am the Director of Emergency Management for Hamilton County, Illinois.
Orville Rao, Coordinator, Emergency Manager, Jackson County Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management.
All right. So, hopefully, if you don't know what an emergency manager does, it might come out as I ask them a few questions. So, I'd like you all, or at least one of you, discuss the disaster response back in 1925, and then how has that evolved? So does anybody want to take that one? Go ahead.
Sure.
I'll pick on you then.
That's fine. I can take it. You know it's Steve. So for us, it really has come full circle because now we have so much technology, so many other ways. Because if you look back in 1925, I mean, we were horse and buggy. Maybe we had some of the smaller, you know, single cars. Now we're using, you know, code red where your computer. I mean, I love computers. Not that they're not have a bunch of hassles and issues with them, but I cannot imagine as a one-man operation in Jackson County doing my job without a computer. I mean,
No, I was going to ask, did any of you know, was there even emergency managers in 1925?
There was not. There was no organization or anything to coordinate the response after the tornado.
Yeah, maybe we learned from that, huh? All right. So great. Now if I get my phone to come back on, it's going to sleep on me. Not like them out there. They're wide awake. How would the response be different today if the tornado happened with the current system in place? Maybe Ashton.
So I think one of the main things is I think there would be less injuries, and because now we have public warning systems. That's something they obviously didn't have back then. Obviously we have great radar systems, like Orville said. There's computer systems. I think being prepared and warning people is what saves lives, and I think that's why the injuries are way down from what tornadoes were back when nobody knew they were even coming.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's a big one too, right? When we talked about that this morning, the weather, there was no meteorologist either really telling people things were coming. We didn't have a science that could even do that for us. So it's great we've grown hand in hand. Okay, so how does the emergency management community encourage disaster awareness and preparedness? Maybe, Brian, talk in your town.
There's a lot of things that we do, community outreach, preaching, having multiple ways to get warnings, helping people program their weather radios, going into schools and doing talks with school kids, hosting storm spotter classes. So I think there's a lot of things that we do to educate people on weather. Teaching home preparedness, making sure that you can sustain yourself for a couple days after a disaster. So I think there's a lot of those things that the emergency managers do.
Go ahead.
I think the education piece is huge because when we go out to the schools or we go out to the churches, it's always, the kids, be prepared, not scared. Turn around, don't drown. When I do it, I make the kids say that 3 times each, especially the 3rd grade class when I help them. But it's taking that home. And it's the same way my daughter called me yesterday evening because she was trying to explain to my grandson, which is 9, about the storms that are coming through. And they just built a new house outside of town. Well, they had storm sirens. Now she goes, Kanan, don't rely on that storm siren. And he was starting to get nervous. And one thing she said, well, remember what Pop always says, be prepared, not scared. And she's like, Dad, I got a call. She said, it helped. Because he'd heard that before, and he'd heard me give that sermon. So I think education's huge. And the more we get out and able to beat that drum and get the information out there, I think is astronomical for us.
And I think seeing y'all at an event like this, that's what you're doing, right? Let's learn from this and do better. And I know you all do a great job with after action. You see something happen and you're always reviewing what could we have done better, what did we do well. Let's repeat the things we did well, right? So want to talk about that a little bit? How do you get into doing that? What are some ways you do after action reports?
Well, I think back to one of the major incidents we had that affected a big part of the region was the derecho in 2009. And we went back and we reflected, not only as we were going through, what did we do yesterday in our response and cleanup that worked well? What do we need to do different today? And then, when the incident was all over, we took a look at everything that we'd done and what things, what things went well, what didn't, and how can we do better? And then we update our plans, based on the things that we learned from that incident.
Anything else?
Knock on wood, I've not really had any major emergencies in Hamilton County since I've become the director, but even the day-to-day things that we deal with, we will, if we do have what we call a major incident, we will sit down, we'll have a meeting with all the department heads, and we'll sit there and just talk about what could we have done better. I know one of the big things we always talk about is communication. Communication is key in any kind of major emergency situation. And so we always are, me specifically, I'm always hammering, how can we better our communication system? How can we better, you know, the way we're communicating with each other on scenes, you know, and everything in between.
Awesome. Well, for us, a key piece of my job is planning, training, exercise. That's what I do for the county. I plan with the sheriff's office, law enforcement, EMS, fire. That's our piece. Again, if I've learned anything in this position, with 102 counties in Illinois, there's 102 different EMAs. And that's where I feel we shine, is that planning, training, exercise. We do the plan, we do the training, exercise, and we always have to do an after-action report with an improvement plan. How do we complete those gaps, we'll shrink the gaps in capabilities, so that way we're on a blue sky day, or we're fixing on a blue sky day, so we have that black sky day like yesterday evening, we're all working together, we're pulling together, we're not thinking about, I know what Brian's doing, I know what Austin's doing, bam, 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 let's go. So that's where I pride myself, filling the position in Jackson County.
I'd like you to keep going on a little bit. We talked earlier about the way you're structured, the way you communicate, and also, in addition to that, will you talk a little about your other partners? Who are the people you're working with?
So starting last May, when we had it would have been the Cindy tornado of Memorial Day, Brian Burgess, which is the Williamson County emergency manager over there, he decided to put a text message group together, which was Randolph, Jackson, Williamson, Saline, Franklin, and Johnson. Well, it was looking back, it was funny that day because the first text he sends out was group messages, hey, let's watch for Orville because Jackson's going to be farther west when the cells come in. Well, then that day was when they come across Lake of Egypt, and all of a sudden, bam, severe thunderstorm warning, bam, tornado warning, southern Williamson County. So for the next 6 months, I would read, every time I see him, he's like, yeah, let's make sure Orville's the first one to get this issue. So last night we started the text at 9 o'clock, just everybody jumping on. I come so close, I want to just put on like, hey Brian, how about I start this off? But I didn't want to jinx this. But no, we work so well together. And like I said again, this has happened. I've been here, it'll be 8 years in June, and just where we've come from in the last 8 years, as a region, as groups of emergency managers working together. Because I know if we have a Jackson County issue, bam, I've got 10, 12 counties coming to help me in a couple hours. And they know the same is going to come from Jackson. So it's that push-pull relationship.
Perfect. Okay, well, I'm going to do it this way. I would like each of you to name 3 different partners that you work with when in your job. Go ahead, start, Brian.
Of course, the National Weather Service is a big one. I'll take the low fruit there. We know we work well together. We work with our local police and fire. The first responders, of course, are going to be out in the middle of it. And then our public works, street, county highway departments, IDOT, in dealing with the aftermath of the storm when it comes through.
Okay, did you leave any for anybody else?
Yeah, I'd break it down into, we work with our local agencies, we work with the state agencies, and we also work with the federal agencies. Obviously, we work with my county specifically, and I'm sure you guys can say the same thing. We work with fire, police, EMS very closely. And then, we work with IEMA. And then we work with FEMA and the National Weather Service. And
Can you, we acronym a lot there. What's IEMA?
IEMA is the Illinois Emergency Management Agency. And FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Thank you.
Because it's important to remember, FEMA does not use acronyms.
Yes.
but if you go online, there's a 650-page book of just acronyms for FEMA. So when I teach 300 or 400 class, my first couple minutes of class, every time I have to bring this up. If I was going to use an acronym, it would be FEMA. But since we can't do that, this will be the Federal Emergency Management. So it usually kind of helps lighten up.
Anybody else you think of?
No, for me it's definitely the Weather Service. I'm so proud of the relationship we have with you guys. I know just like last night when I was concerned with the sales coming through Piedmont, I got on and I'm going to hit into this chat, and you know as well as anybody how hard I was on you to make sure we got 2.0. And I'm proud to have that. And also for us as the state partners, we deal with IDOT, we deal with IEMA, we deal with IDPH, which I never thought I'd have to deal with the Illinois Department of Public Health until, we don't use acronyms, but if we did, it would be IDPH. But with the whole weather, going through the COVID response and all that, and the other one, I'm so proud of all the county stakeholders. I mean, from our county board through our elected officials, appointed officials, all the way down to the rank and file. If I need something in my agency, I pick up the phone, I know it's coming. And it's the same way for me. They know, hey, Orville's got my back, he will get it taken care of. And again, that's not been an easy relationship to forge through.
Okay, all right. Should we take some questions from the crowd, you think?
Absolutely.
Should I just give them? Okay. Anybody have any questions of these gentlemen up here? Yeah.
I don't know if you know the historical background, but do any of you know whether or not in the 1925 tornado, American Red Cross or NGOs as they existed then, did they have any role? And my second part of the question is, in your emergency plans, do you formally incorporate any role for something like the Red Cross and similar NGOs?
Sure. So for us, and I'm really glad you brought this up, so we have worked for the last several years to get a COAD, Community Organizations Active in Disaster. Again, if I was using acronyms, that'd be a COAD. So, but what we have built, I tried to get one of the last 2 years out of Jackson County, I just could not get the traction. So what we were able to do, we've got Randolph, Jackson, Perry, Franklin, Williamson, and now Johnson has just come on board. And we have partnered with the University of Illinois Extension to get this off the ground. And we have the bylaws, we have everything done, and it's flying. We got it off the ground and flying. That is who I'm going to reach out to, because what we're doing, we've got the Rotary involved, we've got the Red Cross involved, we've got the Illinois Baptist group involved. I think we're up to about 6 now. But that relationship is not only is this going to be just one county, but I know if we have a large incident like last night that went bad fast, I can reach out to the COAD, I'm taking care of my thing, I know I can bring them in. But again, it's just pulling that rope in the same direction. But just Google sircoad.org, boom, it's there. Thank you.
To answer your question about 1925, I do know that the Red Cross played a little bit of a role in the response. Some of the things I've read, they helped establish some of the tent cities that were set up around town here in Murphysboro. So I don't know a lot of details, but I have seen the Red Cross mentioned in some of the response documentation.
Great questions. Any others? Did everyone hear that? Raise your hand if you did not, and we'll repeat the questions. Okay. So when you answer one, please tell the question so that they back it.
The question was, do we work with storm spotters and what's their role? And if the emergency manager is not working with a storm spotter, how should that be addressed? And in Murphysboro, when I first started a long time ago, one of the first things that they did was they taught us to be a storm spotter. And we went out and actually would spot storms, and so that was ingrained for me from very early on that that's an important role. And to this day, we work very closely with our storm spotters. Every year we partner with the county to try to host a storm spotter training session. And our role is kind of a liaison. We have radio communication with our spotters, and the information that they relay to us, we pick up the phone or get on the chat and pass that information along to Paducah. If you're in a situation where the agencies in your county are either not filled or not, coordinating with storm spotters, I would suggest reaching out to your elected officials and educating them. and make them aware of, some of these things and the history that's happened and how important those roles are. And I think if you're educated, or if you've educated your elected officials on how important it is, and it becomes a priority, then, those things will change.
I can't speak for I can't speak for other counties, but for my county, Hamilton, we had a storm spotter training. Most of my volunteers, we've got 20 to 25 volunteers on our staff, and they are all trained storm spotters. And I think every single system we have moved through that even remotely is could be severe. We always have spotters out. As far as people outside of that, we don't have a lot, but we're always open to working with them. And a lot of times when I find out that people are interested in that kind of stuff, I usually try to recruit them to come and volunteer. Then they can help us out in other ways as well. And so it's usually we work well with them.
So from our agency, it's a little bit different. So what I've set up, we've got the Jackson County Fire Group, and I've got a text message group. So while the storm spotters relay back to that position person, then they're the one forcing that information to me, which in turn, then like last night, I would send it to the Weather Service, or I update our dispatchers through the CAT, or whatever that looks like. You mentioned you do not have a county emergency manager in your county.
I don't think we do. If we do, he's not willing to work with storm spotters.
So the reason I ask that question, so it's state statute that in Illinois, every county must have an emergency management agency. Now, it doesn't have to be funded, but it doesn't have to be a full-time position, but each county must have a point person that's going to be that emergency manager. So again, if that's an issue, you need to go back to your county board, county commissioners, whatever that looks like, and they would be the one to appoint or assist that in that region.
Great question, and I'll say as a past Weather Service employee, thank you. We appreciate all your work out there, all you spotters.
Can I say something, Mr. Eddy? So I would also reach out to the National Weather Service. So the position that I'm in, the warning coordination meteorologist, my job is to work with all the external partners. And if there's an emergency manager that I might be able to reach out to and explain to them what the spotter program is and what they can do, maybe I can work a little bit through them to, explain to them what it is, and maybe they'll understand a little bit better. Maybe they don't know what it is, and maybe they have an idea of what it is, and that's not really what it's about. You know what I'm saying? So I would look at the local weather service office and ask their WCM, warning coordination meteorologist, say, hey, have you talked to this emergency manager about storm spotter program, and see what they say. Because that would be my job, is to say, hey, Orville, hey, Ashton, hey, Brian, guess what? I'm going to talk to you about storm spotters today. And we're going to talk about what that is and what that looks like. And at least it's a start. So.
I've been drug home by the sheriff multiple times during storms because I'm not an elected official and not paid to be in the position that I'm in, and I need to be home, even though I'm far more educated than any of them.
Sounds like a sticky situation for sure. Thanks for bringing that up. All right.
Okay, another question.
This question is for Jackson County. So you said, I think, if I understood correctly, that you work with the fire group, and so one of my questions is, what is that? And another question is, so I've had a storm spotter training. Thank you. I feel like I need more storm spotter training, but I'd like to know if there's a way that volunteers can get involved with helping out when weather comes, and if that has to do with the fire group, and again, what is the fire group?
So what my fire group is, I just set up a group text message, and I had a representative, at least one. Now I've got 2 or 3 representatives from each agency, from each fire district in the county. And basically I've just asked each chief, hey, this is what I want to put together. If you're comfortable with it, that's good. If not, can you give me somebody else in your department? Maybe the chief don't want to be tasked with that and give it to somebody else. But what I've done, so the spotters are out, just like last night, perfect example. Spotters are spotting, they relay that information back to that point person or that representative of their agency, and then they got a group text that comes back to me. Then not only does McKenna Township know what's going on in Ava, but Virginians also sees what's going on in Gorham and Grand Tower in the city of Carbondale. So that's what the group is. It's more something that's built on our side to have that confluence between the agencies.
Okay, thank you. And who are your storm spotters? Are they volunteers or are they trained?
So I don't have storm spotters. That's how I work through the fire departments. The fire departments have the storm spotters.
I see.
So that's how I've kind of built this relay.
Do you have any interest in expanding a little bit so that trained citizens could help out?
So if you'd be interested in volunteering for EMA, what I need is somebody to work our emergency operations center. So I need more of really the strategic people. I mean, I know everybody likes the boots on the ground and the tactical, but when we really form out of what emergency management is, I am not a tactical operation. We are strategic. And the way I explain it, we're that 30,000-foot agency that coordinates with all of the boots on the ground. I'm not a first responder. I'm a second responder. When our first responders get to the scene and they say, oh, blank, that's when I get involved. So I'm always kind of that, I mean, to me, that's emergency, and I've argued this all the way to the state, because now with our new state director, now she's retired, she was ex-military. So she is tactical. And what's going to happen is we don't need another person to roll a hose. We don't need somebody else to write tickets. We need that overarching agency to be able to coordinate and work and piece together with all the other agencies of the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine, do you want to talk to her about other options for spotter training other than basic?
As far as?
Don't you do in advance?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, how many here are spotters? Raise your hands. Ooh, look at y'all. All right, how many are taking an advanced level class or my elite class? All right, awesome. So at the Paducah office, we have a basic class. I mean, most offices do, but we have an advanced level class. Of course, we had to be different and call it elite spotter training to make us that's different. And that's a 4-hour-long course with a test at the end. So it's not exactly for the faint of heart. So that's something we offered at our office. I also, if there's any first responders in here, I actually do a condensed spotter training class just in-house. As a Orba wanted to have all of his first responders come in, I do like a really quick, just get them in, get them out class just to do that for the first responders. So, any other questions? Oh, in the back.
Christine, when's your next class?
When's my next class? On our website at www.weather.gov/PAH.
Nice. Or it might be in Williamson County, huh?
Yeah, right. It's in Williamson County, I think, the last Saturday of the month.
Okay, this will be the last question, and then we have to rearrange the stage so our next speaker can go.
That's good. Oh, that was your question? Okay.
Wait,
We're going to go over here.
I just wondered, how do things coordinate with the amateur radio community? I know we originally come from Southern Illinois. We've been up in Effingham for a number of years, volunteered at EMA and such up there. Back down here in Williamson County at this point. But I just wondered, is there any coordination with the amateur radio community?
So that's a great question. So if everybody made it to our table this morning, Tim Maloney, that was sitting there with us at the table, he's my COML. He's a volunteer that's retired he's retired military and also retired from SIH. He is not only a COML, but he is also on the SWIC state board. So that's my connection. I've got a technician's license, but I'm far from a ham radio operator. But when I come on board, we had a ham radio in our office, and I needed somebody to be able to operate. But Tim is my linkage for the ham radio, and for me, I love it because it's another tool in the toolbox. When all comms goes down, I can look at Tim can reach out to the group, and we're rolling. So, great question, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we've reached the end of our time currently. I think we may have some time built in at the end where y'all can ask any follow-up questions. We're still working out the logistics of that, but I think we'll have a little time at the end of the day. So I'd like you all to please join me in a round of applause for our gentleman who up here today. And now watch the Three Stooges go up here and try and move the stage around.
Oh, it's on 17th Street. Is it near the Logan house?
Yeah.
All right, so we've spent a good part of the day talking about tri-state tornado, what happened 100 years ago, and then looking at how things have changed between then and now, the advancements in science, technology, communication, preparedness, response, and recovery. So now we're going to try to tie all of this together into a presentation. What if the tri-state tornado happened again? A look back at December 10th, 2021. And with that presentation is our warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Paducah, Ms. Christine Welges.
A sit-at-the-podium gal, so I'm so sorry for that, but I like to move around a little bit. So, as Ryan said, we're going to take a look at December 10th, and we're going to walk you through a little bit about the things that we did, and what I want you to do is think back at March 18th, 1925, and think about all the things that we have now that they didn't have back then. So, if you're not familiar with the EF4 tornado that touched down on December 10, 2021, there's the path. It was 167 miles, give or take. It was on the ground from 8:49 p.m. It lifted at 11:45 p.m. Unfortunately, did kill 57 people and hundreds and hundreds of injuries on that track. And you can see another track here to the south of that wasn't nearly as long, but still a pretty long track EF3 tornado on that particular day as well. So, how do you forecast a catastrophic event of that magnitude? Well, back in 1925, again, the folks in the path of the tornado did not have any idea that tornadoes were possible that day, and at that there were going to be strong and violent tornadoes that were going to be on the ground for over 200 miles. There was no skilled weather forecaster radar, no SPC outlooks, no watches, no warnings, no TV or radio outlets streaming live information, no social media platforms sharing information, no weather radio, no cell phones, no sirens. Just absorb that for a little bit of what we have today as far as information sharing. Today, a lot of the times when Ryan and the other forecasters at the office, we're seeing something in the offing, and we see a signal in the data. For instance, I remember one of the forecasters, Sean, I want to say it was 10 days ago or more. He came to me and said, "Hey, Christine, look at this." I'm like, "Don't start with me. Don't start with me. Don't ruin this tri-state tornado event we planned for years." And so he saw this. He saw Friday night in the data. He didn't know exactly what it was going to be, but he saw some signal that he didn't like. I want to say at least 10 days before it happened. So, and on December 10th, 2021, we saw this signal about a week beforehand, maybe a week, maybe 8-9 days, and we just gradually ramped up the messaging, which I'm going to share with you today, to try to warn the public of danger. But again, as I mentioned earlier, we don't want to panic people. We don't want to cry wolf. And we're a very conservative office. We don't just go way over here and then, oh, sorry, not so bad. We gradually ramp up carefully, I think is the word that I would use, carefully. So again, as we go through this presentation, I want you to think about how much has changed with science, technology, and communication, and how far we've come in 100 years. So, taking a step back to Monday, December 6th, so 4 days before the tornado day, we were already seeing signs that our confidence needed to increase, that we were going to have tornadoes on Friday, December 10th. And so, at our office in Paducah, and I'm not sure if all of you are from the Paducah, covered by the Paducah office, but our office does something with our partners called a weekly partner call. Every Monday at 11 o'clock, we put a note out, say, hey, partners, we're going to have a call at 11 o'clock. Forecaster will get on, like Ryan, and put together a slide deck and get on there and talk about the weather for the next week. What do they need to be concerned about? What are our challenges? What are we worried about? And you can see here, this was a slide from that day talking about the severe potential. Now, Monday, December 6th, Sunday, the 5th, we were having severe weather. In fact, I was out doing damage surveys on the 6th. So we already had a severe weather event to deal with, and that's why it says, like Sunday storms. So how many of you, I know a couple of you talked about this, how many of you guys read our AFDs, area forecast discussions? Okay, several hands. So on the area forecast discussion on Monday afternoon when it went out, we were already talking about the Friday afternoon and evening time being critical for severe weather. That's a quote from the AFD on that night, or that afternoon. So again, we continued to kind of, again, we played it safe. We didn't go long tracks, you know, strong violent tornadoes. We're like, okay, storms, a few severe, maybe. Just kind of hinting at, okay, we're watching Friday. And we're trying to get that message out to the public. And this is December 6th and the December 7th graphic. Storm Prediction Center was also on board, saying the best potential to organize severe storms exists right over our area on Friday. So Wednesday, December 8th, SPC was really ramping up the outlook area. We were now in a slight across the entire area. And they were talking about deep layer shears forecast become quite strong. Okay, and that's never a good thing when you're talking about tornadoes. So our office followed suit. This was the graphic that we put out, highlighting the slight risk over the area. And again, not getting too crazy with the wording, just saying that strong and severe thunderstorms were possible by Friday night. Okay, you guys all mentioned your spin, your spotters, right? How many of you get the spin message from the Paducah office? Okay, so our office put together an email blast, and we have Mr. Rick Shanklin there, my predecessor, to thank for that. So that you asked about the spin message, it was his idea, and we've been doing this for a long time. So SPIN stands for Spotter Information Notifications, email that is written for the spotters, just for the spotters. And an email notification went out, telling spotters, hey, we're a little worried about Friday, keep up to date on the weather. Thursday, December 9th, SPC decided to upgrade us to an enhanced risk, and now they started using wording like several tornadoes. A strong tornado is possible. So they're ramping up their wording as their confidence is getting more and more about what's going to unfold on the evening of Friday, December 10th. Our AFT, again, this gets a little meteorological, right? But if you've read them, you understand. SRH stands for Storm Relative Helicity. What is the ability for a storm to acquire a rotating updraft, basically becoming supercells? Supercells usually produce strong or violent tornadoes. So in our AFD, we're talking about SRH values in excess of 300, which is pretty high. Will heighten the potential for rotating storms, producing tornadoes, some potentially strong. So now we're introducing that wording of strong. And again, our graphics that went along with that also talk about a few tornadoes that could be strong. So you see the gradual ramping up now of how this is working. How many of you read the hazardous weather outlook? Issued about 5 o'clock every morning, give or take. So again, this is kind of a plain language look at what the forecast is. Conditions will be favorable for spin-up tornadoes along the line of storms, but a couple of long-track supercell tornadoes are also possible. That is not wording that we normally use, right? So as a spotter, as the public, you're like, okay, this is something pretty serious. You may not understand what the word supercell means or what a spin-up tornado means, but you're getting the idea that, okay, we're getting some concerned. Thursday, December 9th. Okay, how many of you received the DSS package or look at that little link on our webpage in the top right-hand corner when that comes out? Let me read those. A couple of you guys. So we put together graphics. The forecasters put together a bunch of graphics and put it in a PDF, and they upload it to our website. But we also send it through email to all of our partners. I think there's close to almost 1,300 people that we send that email to with all of these graphics, telling them the bottom line up front, what's to be expected, the impacts. We'll have some safety graphics in there. And that goes out anytime the forecasters deem it necessary for impactful weather. And they update it as often as they can. So we began highlighting nighttime tornado threat safety. Again, like we did last night. You saw I was watching our Facebook and Twitter feeds. We were sending out things on nighttime tornado safety. As with any office, when you have the threat for severe weather, you have to figure out what your internal staffing is going to look like. How many hands do we have on deck? How many forecasters or personnel do we have waiting that can be called at a moment's notice? All that is done internally is to make sure we have enough people to handle the event. All of that's going on probably even before December 9th, to be honest with you. Okay? A very strongly worded AFD, rather high tornadic potential. Again, if you read our AFDs quite often, you know that that's not wording we normally use.
Okay? Now, ironically enough, the week of December 6th was also Kentucky's Winter Weather Awareness Week. I know, right? So here is Steve and I and Henderson County, Kentucky, and I believe he's from the state police. We were having a Facebook Live event talking about winter weather safety. And when I first got on Facebook Live, people were like, why are we talking about winter weather? We have severe weather the next day. I'm like, hold up. Let me get through what I need to get through for Winter Weather Awareness Week, and then I will stay on here as long as possible, as long as you want me to, and we'll talk. I'll answer every one of your questions until you're done. And that's exactly what we did. And I could tell by the caliber of the questions that people were asking on Facebook, number one, people were paying attention. These weren't just, oh, when's it gonna hit? No, they were asking legit questions. So again, that told me that they were scared and they wanted answers, but also that they were paying attention. Their radar was up. And I knew we had their attention at this point. So that was very interesting. And I remember, ironically enough, coming back from Henderson County to Paducah that night, talking to Ryan, because he was the evening shift that night. And remember, Ryan? I remember looking at him, I said, Ryan, how does it look for tomorrow? And I'll never forget the look on his face, because he said, Christina, it does not look good. And that's something that I've never seen in 25 years of knowing Ryan. I'm like, oh, he's serious. This is not good. So again, there's a lot of internal talk going on in the office as well, between forecasters, between shift to shift to shift. So Friday, December 10th, updated DSS packets, updated graphics. Again, as soon as we know something, as soon as things change in the forecast, we'll try to send that back out to the public, to our partners in graphical formats. And again, you may think, oh, those are nice graphics. Those take a long time to produce, right, Ryan? To do it right. So these take a while. They spend a lot of time and effort making it as easy to read and understand as possible. Especially when you have a serious event, you really have to be careful in how you produce that. What kind of language you use, what kind of words you use. So it takes a lot of thought to be able to do these and have the right impact. So we also, at our office, conduct conference calls. So we send a notification out to all of our partners and we say, hey, at 3 o'clock, we're going to have a conference call, a forecaster will get on and discuss with the partners, here's the deal. Here's what we're expecting to happen. Here's the timing, here's the impacts, here's what might go wrong, here are the challenges we have. We just lay it all on the line and tell them everything we know at these conference calls. So we did conduct a conference call. Of course, the HWO and AFD were continuing to highlight the threat for long-track tornadoes that are strong. So this was, I think, a very pivotal moment, not only in our office, but it kind of set the stage and set the tone for the event. I want you to draw your attention to this tweet right here. And for those of you in the back that can't read it, I will read it to you. No graphics with this post, just straight from the office. From late afternoon on through tonight, be ready. This could be a significant event with a strong tornado or two across our region. Think about what you would do now, better to err on the side of caution. And for an office that always has a graphic that goes out with our text, when people saw that, they were like, wow, they mean business. This is something different. And so again, it caught them off guard, which is what we wanted to do. Finally got there to a moderate risk on Friday during the morning hours, I think, right? I can't remember if that was afternoon or not. Okay, it was pretty early in the morning then, okay? And something else that the office did, which I think was brilliant, is we looked at historical comparisons. So what is that? Basically, there are computers that would take the conditions that were forecast for a certain time frame and look back in history and spit out what event best matches that. And so the two events that we came up with that were modeled to be close to the December 10th event was February 28th, 2017, the Perryville tornado, Crossville tornado here in southern Illinois, and then November 17th, 2013, which is the Brookport tornado. Both high-end EF3 and EF4 tornadoes. So again, trying to alert the public that this wasn't your ordinary severe weather event. This was something a little more serious. You've heard NWS chat mentioned a couple of times today, and again, we were very active in the NWS chat. Here's a chat here from our, at the time, the lead forecaster, but he's now our science and operations officer. Again, as soon as we know something, as soon as we see the whites of his eyes, so to speak, we are putting it in chat for our partners to use and make decisions upon.
And again, they're asking questions in here too, so it's a give and take. We're giving them information, they're asking questions back to retrieve even more information from us. Okay? We also do the Facebook Live sessions. How many of you guys have watched our Facebook Live sessions before? Okay? You really should. These guys do an amazing job of telling you what to expect. And again, some of them, like our lead forecaster Justin, he might get a little, off the rails and talk about soundings and felicity and all that. But I'm like, dude, no, just keep it simple. But he's very passionate about what he does. Okay, so that's where that comes from. All right, so initial tornado watch went out at 3 o'clock that afternoon, and that was basically for some storms that started developing across West Kentucky. Another watch was issued a few hours later, and those are where the watches are, those two upper graphics there. Here's a note in chat that was put out later on that afternoon. Models are really key from 6 to 9 p.m. for Pneumatic, Mississippi, SEMO, Southeast Missouri, and Western Kentucky and the southern tip of Illinois. So again, at that particular time, there was something that the forecasters were seeing in the data that they were trying to relay in end of year's chat so our partners could be ready. Okay? That was our thought process. Warnings were issued by late afternoon, around 5:30. Again, there was an initial route of storms across West Kentucky that didn't do too much. So I know John Hart's not here anymore. He left for the day. But SPC put out, how many of you guys look at the mesoscale discussions, the MDs? You know what I'm talking about, right? So SPC, I think, put out a record number of MDs that day. I want to say like 40 or 50 MDs, an insane amount of MDs that day. And there's pictures of those, a couple of those there. However, once that initial convection or storms kind of waned, our attention was turning to this little guy over here in northeast Arkansas. And we actually even sent out a tweet that said, yeah, we're monitoring storms across the region. However, we're looking at the supercell that's moving northeast out of northeast Arkansas. That's what's got our attention. And in this tweet at 6:41, again, keeping a mental note of the times that some of this stuff was sent out. I think it's important. At 6:41, we talked about that it's going to reach Pneumatic and Fulton counties between 8:30 and 9. So an hour or two notice. If people were paying attention to our social media, you would have known that you better be prepared for a strong or violent tornado coming your way. Okay? So it became very apparent very quickly that this was, quote unquote, the storm. The storm was extremely dangerous and was going to pose a serious threat to the public that was in its path. So I think this is one of the most genius things. If I had to pick one thing that our office did that just was a shining star, it's this one product. So at 7:33, Chris Knowles, our Science and Operations Officer, put out a special weather statement 2 hours before the tornado even hit Mayfield. And he basically said around 7:30, the storm producing tornado is moving into the Missouri Boot Heel. The current continues on its current track. It's going to reach all of these counties by this specific time. So he was forecasting. Remember when John Hart was showing you the watch the warning gap? He was showing you the warning and the box that was drawn and then kind of a projection. That's kind of what this is, but in a text format. The SPS or special weather statement does go off on your phone. Some phones get it. But again, this is the type of information that you should be tracking as storm spotters, as the general public, looking out for these messages that we're trying to send out, to wave the white flag and say, hey, this thing's coming. Can we always do this? No. But when we can, and we did it last night, again, forecasters are putting these special weather statements out, alerting people about these storms coming up out of Arkansas that were impacting southeast Missouri. And again, we go back, all these tweets that were sent out, 7:57, 8:09, 8:13, 8:26, giving you a play-by-play about what was going on and what was evolving. Okay, I'm not going to read all this to you, but again, we were trying to get that information out as quickly as possible. As soon as we had that information, we were sending it back out to the public and our partners. So you can see how quickly the storm, 7:36, didn't look like much on radar, getting closer to the radar here at 8:29. Okay, now we know this is not going anywhere. It's going to remain on its current track. It doesn't show any signs of decreasing in intensity. This is it. Okay? 8:10, tornado warning issued for Pneumatic County. 8:29, another tornado warning was issued for Fulton and Hickman counties. Do you guys remember what that one tweet said at 6:41? What time was it supposed to be in Fulton and Hickman counties? Right? Again, the tweet was sent out a little bit after that, stressing that danger of people that were living in the path of that particular storm. Very large, dangerous tornado was approaching Fulton and Hickman County, so it was already on the ground at this time. And it says, folks, this is as real as it gets. Take shelter now, act to protect your life. Does it get any more real than that? I don't think it does. Okay? And again, this was really the only storm on the scope to watch. Last night, there were a ton of storms that we had to watch. So this one had our full attention on that particular day. And I think it was Steve Hills that talked about these threat tags at the bottom. So a normal tornado warning will not have this threat tag. But if we have credible evidence that we have a long track, very dangerous tornado on our hands, we can append either a considerable damage threat tag to it or catastrophic, which I'll talk about in a second. So we already had wording in the warning saying a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Wouldn't have that been helpful in 1925? So people knew what was coming at them? Okay? So again, a very important graphic was sent out on social media, on our website, that highlighted an area and said, hey, if you live inside that red circle, you better watch out. There are some very hazardous weather coming your way. Here's the latest update on this dangerous weather situation. Again, trying to get people to pay attention to what's going on, alerting them to the threats. Okay? And then again, another tweet was sent at 8:55, strong rotation with the tornado warning storm currently crossing into Fulton County. So this is all this is going on before it even crosses into Kentucky. All this messaging is going out. Okay? And 9:05, tornado warning goes out for Graves and Marshall, and these are the tweets that were sent out around the same time, basically pleading with people of Mayfield to head to shelter. You can see he used capital letters, different wording and all of that to try to get people to be paying attention. Right? Again, continuing with that damage threat tag of considerable. You can see it's definitely taking shape. Typical, maybe textbook supercell going on right now. So now the tornado moves into Mayfield. This image here is right before it moves into Mayfield. So we ended up issuing a tornado emergency, which means we put the catastrophic tornado damage threat tag. This is the first time we've ever had to use this tag before. Very first ever. So it only took 2 minutes for that tornado to go through the town of Mayfield. Because this storm, like the storms last night, were moving very, very quickly, 60 miles an hour, moving to the northeast. Right? And again, tweets that were sent out, 9:39, 9:45. Violent tornado as it continued to move east. And I showed this graphic because this is, the damage survey. These are all the points that we found of the tornado. And if you can look really closely, look how close that tornado came to going right through the center of Benton, Kentucky. We would have had a lot more casualties if that tornado did not stay just to the north of town here. And see, pretty much, it doesn't get more textbook than that. You guys all see the debris ball at the end of that image there on the radar? Right here. Okay? So, unfortunately, at 10 o'clock, we took a power hit at the office. We were down hard. There's no coming back. So, at this point, you immediately go to your backup office and say, we're down, please take over. And that's exactly what our office did. Our neighbors to the west, Springfield, Missouri, it's the National Weather Service, they took over very, very quickly, and they were the ones that issued all of the warnings for this particular tornado as it exited our area. And all of the warnings that were issued were all tornado emergencies. And again, that was probably our last tweet that we had sent out because we lost comms and we had no way to send anything else out. So again, in summary, the amount of positive change that has taken place with the science of meteorology and technology between 1925 and now is absolutely staggering. Would you not agree? The knowledge and advancing technology allows meteorologists today to provide a level of service that has no doubt saved countless lives and will continue to do so. And I was talking to a reporter, I think earlier, and I told her, even in the 25 years that I've been in the Weather Service, there's been an immense change. Even the internet, social media, the way that we have a voice to be able to convey Our voice now is broadcast media. We couldn't do our jobs without the broadcast media, without the emergency management agencies. It's like Steve said, that three-legged stool is a real thing. There's only so much that we at the Weather Service can do without the help and support of our partners, and that's what's so important. So, with that, I've got a few minutes. I did a little bit early. Are there any questions on anything that I talked about? Yes, sir.
I've heard some people say when you go on NOAA weather radio, instead of using the computerized voice, sometimes you go with a live voice. I know radio stations on the radio I hear basically just cuts in with computerized voice. Do you guys use at night a real voice to instill a different sense of urgency? Because I've heard that does sometimes get people's ears perked up when, hey, there's a real person talking.
Yeah, it does put a different spin on things. And no, we did not. I don't even know if we can go live anymore. Is that true? I think that they used to have a backup, another backup to a backup, and that we can go live on that, but they didn't support that anymore, and we don't have that anymore. So I don't think we have a way. Right now, the way the current system is, the way it's set up with the computers, I don't think there's a way that we can go live on that. So if we really, again, most of the time, every single person in the office that's at the office that night has a job. The only other thing I can do is think about is going live on Facebook, which on occasion when we have time and we have the personnel to do it, we might be able to cut in and go live. But again, that's the job of the broadcast meteorologist, so we don't want to take that away from them. That's what they're good at. We're scientists. We're not as good at that. We're getting better. I think we're getting better. But so great question. Yes.
There's a lot to hear about the lessons learned from and how we've grown from the 25 tornado to 21. Was there anything from 21 that you would say that was really substantially learned from to go forward?
You got to give me a philosophical question, don't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And a 1 hour sleep, no less. What do you think? Help me out.
I couldn't hear the question.
Oh, he said, basically, is there something that we learned in the 21 tornado that we can use going forward? And I think for me, and I think I used it last night, and I was briefing the staff about, okay, what are we going to do? We're ramping up for Friday night system. I actually went back, because I know this December 10th tornado like the back of my hand. I know everything we did, I know the product we issued, I know everything. And so I kind of gave advice to the forecasters on shift, and make sure we do this, make sure we do that. Are we doing this? Are we doing that? So kind of covering our bases. So, using this as a proxy can be very important when you're thinking about having another high-end event like that. You're going back to where you did well. And can we do the same things and have the same level of service and keep that same level of service to protect life and property? Make sense? Okay, let me see how much time I got before I answer some questions. Okay, we got time. Young lady.
To piggyback off of him, is there something that you didn't do in December 21 that you wish that you had done?
Well, when we went down, I don't think we realized that we probably could have still sent out social media. It was just such a chaotic time. To go down, it's like, really, on this day, that's when we decided to lose power? It just boggles the brain. But we look back on that and think, okay, how else could we have done messages? Because Springfield, they didn't send any messages out on social media. That's probably the one thing that I wish we would have thought, oh, maybe we can still try to hook up a MiFi or something, or hotspot somebody's phone and still get some messages out on social media. That's the one thing that comes to mind immediately. Are you thinking of anything else?
That evening, we were so paralyzed at the office that, it was kind of like we had all this staffing and we were ready to go. And we issued our first ever tornado emergency. And then all of a sudden we lose power. And the backup power source fails, So I think that, we did what we could. I think to Christine's point, maybe being a little more active in social media probably would have been a good thing. But overall, I think Springfield did a really good job, with the circumstances that they were handed. I think it kind of shows the seamless operation that we have going between the primary offices and all the backup offices. Whenever one point fails, at least we have a backup, and then there's a backup to a backup. So, we kind of keep the messaging going.
All right, I got time for one more question. Yes.
Oh, so in a situation where, like in this case, there was a single supercell that you were monitoring, how do you triage differently in a situation like you had last night where you had multiple storms to watch?
Well, in that case, again, we have 58 counties we serve. So those of you who are not familiar with our area, we serve southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, and western Kentucky. And on a night like last night, we would sectorize. So you have forecasters, you've got southeast Missouri. Those are your counties, those, you watch over those. And then you sectorize, and the forecasters have southern Illinois, let's say. And so, but you also have fatigue. So, you have forecasters watching radar from 7 o'clock through 4 a.m. It's like air traffic control. You've got it, and that's why we have kind of an incident commander. We call it a warning coordinator, and they watch and make sure. Okay, you okay? You got the radar for 5 hours. Maybe we should switch you out. So that's how you triage. You should treat that your staff isn't getting burned out, and that you are sectorizing enough to where we're not missing anything. Last night, you remember the Chris Knowles I talked about? He was there, kind of in an overarching overview of radar. So he was watching all the storms and making sure that, okay, you got that storm, okay, good. You got that storm, you're good. And constantly, there's constant chatter going back and forth between that warning operator and the mesoanalysis person that's checking out the current conditions. What's the atmosphere? Is the atmosphere changing? Is this storm moving into a better environment? There's a lot of chatter going on, and that's part of that triage, is making sure there's a communication from the warning operators to the communicators, getting the information back on chat, back on social media. So it's a well-oiled machine when you have that communication going on. So that's very important. So, yeah, one more.
I think it's interesting looking at your graphic there that all of those above the one we talked about were more than 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And in Michigan, we haven't had an EF5 since 69 years, and we haven't had an EF4 in 49 years.
You want to talk about that? We were just talking about on the way here about F5. So, in the interest of time, can you remember that question, Ross? We're going to talk about that at the end, because that might take a little longer to explain, and I want our former meteorologist in charge, we had just talked about the same topic up here, and I think he would have some insight for you that might be very interesting to you. So hang on to that. And I think right now we're heading to a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back, and I'm hopefully going to get our director of the National Weather Service on a Google Meet. So please come back and have him listen to what he has to say. So go get yourself a break and be back here at 2:45.
Christine. How's it going?
everybody. First of all, is there a Carla Hubbis in the room? Carla Hubbis? Okay, I'm going to try again later because she's missing something. If I could get, I think it'd be great for Ken to see all y'all. If you're on either this wing or that wing, if you can come and move to the center, because I've got the camera for Ken to see everybody here. And I think that'd be awesome. You guys can move back to your respective places, but for now, it'd be really awesome if you just huddle in here so we can see you all. Thank you so much. The director's going to be a few minutes late, so talk amongst yourselves. For those of you who came in late, we're trying to make it so that Ken can see everybody. So if you're on the outskirts and wouldn't mind moving in temporarily to the middle, that'd be really awesome. Thank you so much. Frank. Yeah.
Hi, Christine. I think we're ready to start.
We're ready when you are.
Good. Okay.
Your media Ken. There you go.
You okay now? Hey, Christine, how are you?
I'm doing great, Ken. Thank you so much for being here. I've got the camera pointed to the crowd so you can see everybody, and I'll get my mug off there and put myself on mute. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, this is the Director of National Weather Service, Mr. Ken Graham.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for being here and attending. Lots going on, of course, in the weather service today, so I'm a little bit out and about. But yeah, just looking at the radar, we've got significant tornadoes on the ground as we speak in portions of Mississippi. Just already seeing some of the damage and talking to our colleagues down there. So they'll be quite busy with some of the storm surveys over the next couple of days. So I just appreciate everybody being here. We're very busy across the weather service. We've had a busy few years. It continues to be busy, and you're no strangers to that across Kentucky. Just had some pretty big events. I did want to share this next slide. It's really staggering. If you look at 2024 here at the National Weather Service, we literally had a significant amount of events. Just in 2024 alone, we had 21,100 severe thunderstorm warnings, 475 severe thunderstorm watches, 36 when it comes to the tornado warnings, 250 those tornado watches. And it is pretty interesting when you look at some of the stats. We actually had 1,735 confirmed tornadoes, like looked at them, surveyed them, and actually confirmed those in 2024. That is the second most that we've had since 2004, when we had a little over 1,800. And it's interesting to look at 2024, the most EF2 plus, EF3 plus tornadoes since 2011. Just absolutely amazing amount of activity. And the flood events that we had too. You start looking at some of the flood events across your state as well. 4,402 flash flood warnings, 4,110 river flood warnings, and something else we do in the Weather Service. Our emergency managers are very familiar with this. It's almost like a weather 911 that they can send us a request for a latitude, longitude type of forecast. It could be a fire, it could be an oil spill, it could be a prescribed burn, anything like that. We have 35,151 of those spot forecasts, which is staggering. Something the Weather Service does that's amazing is we actually have specially trained meteorologists called incident meteorologists, and they actually deploy out to the nation's fires across the country. We have several hundred that we get trained up to be able to do that. We have availability status and when they can be deployed. So they're basically deployed to the front lines of the fires to be able to keep the firefighters safe. But sometimes it's an incredibly difficult job that they have. They sleep right there in the front lines in the tents. And in 2024, we had 207 of those missions, 77% above the 30-year average, which is just absolutely staggering. So really proud of those folks. And by the way, not even on the slide, I didn't even talk about the 18 named storms from the tropical season that we had, including you look into Helene, just incredible amount of rainfall and flooding, 30 to 40 inches of rain in places. And of course, now that all that's done, they've had fires and some landslides, just a long time effect from some of these things. One of the big events that we had, the G5, something else the Weather Service does, which is amazing. We actually do space weather. And people like, I get these questions all the time, especially when we do school talks. There's weather in space stuff. Space, the sun creates these incredible flares that can impact the Earth. And we had a really big event back in May 2024. And it was one that we don't think about it too much. People get to see the aurora. It's a nice event. But behind the scenes, the Weather Service is working with the power companies to make sure they can absorb that type of energy so we don't blow transformers. And in 2024, there was a big shortage. There was a real backlog getting transformers. So it's a lot of push to be able to make sure we didn't lose any of those. And think about the airlines that fly further south away from the poles. GPS and agriculture is impacted. These big tractors and some of the pickers, they got to use GPS, different size GPS to be able to pick their crop. So, think about the impact. It was significant. And in the end, early warning was able to save billions and billions across the world. So it's absolutely amazing. So you think about the partnership, the Weather Service, across NOAA, the media, emergency managers, Coast Guard, everybody, all these agencies, we all work together to keep everybody safe. Now we're looking for a Weather Service tomorrow. So I got this job. I ran the Hurricane Center for about 4 years and got this job to really transform the agency. And we're actually accelerating some of those activities. I'm real excited about it. And it's going to be closer to you all than ever. We're looking at a more nimble, flexible, mobile, eye-to-eye National Weather Service. And we're transforming to be that. You think about the best service we can give you is when you're eye-to-eye with the person that you trust. It's the Weather Service meteorologists, the hydrologists. We have oceanographers, we have geophysicists that deal with the tsunamis, and we're really looking at being more mobile, getting into the future. So you think about the mobility of the Weather Service. We're trying to get to the cloud. In other words, everything that you have, like at the Paducah office or any office, you could do anywhere. You could be on the front lines of a fire or an oil spill. You could really be there, being able to provide these services. Less tethered to existing infrastructure. So radar data, you think about all of our data going to the cloud, easier access for your favorite mobile app or your favorite website, being able to, the media getting stuff easier. So it's going to be a lot better. We're going to have that data more available for everybody. And some of the stuff that we're looking at, we're trying to redo our entire IT architecture because you all know we got to stay up when it comes to events like going on today. And you think about the tornadoes on the ground that we have right now, you think about what's yet to come. You think about tonight over portions of Alabama and Tennessee getting into a situation, even Mississippi, where the sun's going to go down. Some of the nighttime tornadoes are some of the worst and most deadly. So it's rare to see a high risk. Storm Prediction Center put out a high risk on day 2, which you don't see all the time. That's how much confidence we have on how bad this is going to be. So those are significant events. So when you think about those type of events, it's critical that we keep our infrastructure absolutely up. And right now we're vulnerable. We have copper lines, we've got an aging infrastructure, and as a result, we've had some outages over the past 5 to 10 years, and I'm going to fix it by getting us to the cloud, so it's going to provide better service to you all. We have what's called National Weather Service Chat, and it's a way for emergency managers, the media, everybody to be on one page behind the scene. If you're first responders and have anything to do with the life-saving mission, we have a chat connection where we can get information to everybody back and forth and be able to really share information. Also, get information about damages and just get those phone reports that we need. We partner with Slack to be able to do that. And we're also working to redo our website, so stay tuned on that one. We're actually trying to be, really looking at the nimbleness of this, the efficiency, the effectiveness, refine the process of our forecast process, and really keeping an eye on our team. We've been pretty short-staffed over the last 10 years, and the workload has increased. So we're really trying to look at our operations model going forward. We've got an operations model that's about 35, 40 years old. So we're really trying to look at this equipment. We're really trying to look at this where we're going forward to be where you need us the most, when you need us the most, and how you need us the most, and most of that is eye to eye. Our strength of the weather service is being local. It's being local with you, being with those partners, being able to have knowledge of that local area. It's absolutely everything in the forecast process. So really looking at providing really tailored, impact-based type of information to you, and we're actually going to start looking at new technologies to be able to help us out with that forecast and partnership. So our new operations model is a big deal. The entire structure of the National Weather Service was built around the radars. And it was because we didn't have the technology to be able to really look at your neighbor's radar. You had modems, you had dial-up, and you couldn't really see that very, very well. So as a result, we built the staffing structure, we built everything around those radars, and that's what you see, these county warning areas were built upon. So in the 1990s, we built a National Weather Service around the radars, and I'm going to be building through the next 10 years, going to be building a weather service around you, building a weather service around our partners, and that's starting to look at how to do mutual aid better, how to be able to share that workload better. If one office is incredibly busy, how does the neighboring office share that workload going forward? So I'm super excited to be able to do this, and even in recent months, we're looking at being able to really speed that up as we go forward, and that's incredibly exciting. When we do this, we're going to really help out the private sector as well, because you think about we're enabling this private sector. It's a huge return on the investment of the weather service. The weather service is actually about $4 per American per year, which is incredibly cheap. And the recent studies, which is absolutely amazing, it's about just the forecast alone across the weather service and across the entire weather enterprise, that means all the private sector and others, is about, you return about $100 billion annually. So in other words, for the entire weather service budget, you receive about 33 times that return back in benefits. So it's just absolutely incredible when you look at what comes back on the weather service. So this is what we're going to build, this new operation model. I think it's an exciting thing to be able to go forward. So when it comes to tornado forecasting, we're really working on improvements in our modeling. I mean, you see some of the damage we have right here in 2023. We're seeing the same pictures from last night and today. We're going to see some of the same tomorrow. We're going to have significant damage from the storm. So we're looking at, really in the future, looking at more on forecasts. How do we get further out in time? When a day like today, when you have a high risk, I remember on the desk, on a high-risk day, on the warning desk and going, there's the next cloud, that one, and that one. Those are future tornadoes. But that's not the warning phase yet. But in my mind, I know darn well there's going to be tornadoes coming up. So if those look to be tornadoes, how do we start looking at a warn-out forecast? How do we get that information out early to be able to say, hey, I think in an hour and a half, this will be the next tornado. That's the kind of investments we need to give people the heads up. I always talk to emergency managers about, do you see a day that it might be possible to actually have an hour and a half notice? Could you evacuate a mobile home park? Could you evacuate a school in time ahead of that tornado? There are ways to be able to do that in the future, and we're going to be looking at that. The more specialized forecast information is going to help us make those predictions further out, and that's going to be incredible. And having the ability to look at this detailed severe weather risk assessments like a day like today, 4 days out. We were advertising this event about a week out. we saw this event coming. Of course, it's not a warning or a watch yet, but we're really looking at that pretty far in the future. And that really allows emergency operations centers, it involves everybody being able to really being able to open the EOCs and get people ready, get resources ready going forward. So that's just an amazing thing that we're trying to do. And our people are the biggest part of the future. I mean, our people are amazing. They stay in the office, they sleep in the office, they evacuate their families while they stay in the office. I remember days where we just ate peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for a week, being able to just really lucky to have that actually, just being able to be at the office and sleep there and you go forward. And I have so many stories. We have an incident meteorologist that was involved in a car wreck on the way to a fire, but it was so important for her to get there in time that she recovered on the scene, got into the car, still got out to the fire in time. In Juneau, Alaska, this is a wild event, and it's something that is incredibly rare. The Juneau office was charged with an incredible task of figuring out when a glacier pool that built up behind a glacier was going to release the water and flood out parts of the town. And they calculated it, and they nailed it to the day, and they nailed it to basically about the foot. And it did do a lot of destruction, but at the same time, they had so much heads-up notice that they were able to evacuate parts of the town. Everybody knows what was going to go on. And in fact, the service hydrologist literally overnight was knocking on doors to make sure people knew what was going on. Just absolute heroes across the weather service. I have hundreds of stories associated with these going forward. So, and the Paducah office, what a treat to be able to talk to you today, because you all have just an incredible office, incredible team, as you all know. And you think about the December 10th, 2021 Mayfield tornado. You think about some of that, and just an incredible event. And I looked at it. We started looking at some of the talking points associated with that. And I looked at here, the Paducah office. I mean, EF4 tornado took 57 lives. It was on the ground for 167 miles. 167 miles, just absolutely staggering. The Paducah office was, like a lot of our offices, just absolutely all hands on deck. Conference calls with partners, email briefings. They have forecaster messages, the area forecast discussion, explaining the science behind all of this, doing the Facebook Lives. We really lean forward at the Hurricane Center to be able to do this, and being able to see that occur before severe weather, tornado outbreaks is incredible. I mentioned the NWS chat. I mean, you think about chatting back and forth with media, and it's interesting. Chat started back around 2001, and I was at my office when I was the meteorologist in charge of Birmingham. And it was when media was starting to really go wall to wall with tornadoes. And we put the first TV at the National Weather Service, and believe it or not, the culture was such that people got upset we had the first TV because they thought people were going to watch soap operas or something like that. But the reality is it was to watch the local media when it came to severe weather. And on air, they were saying, I don't know what the Weather Service is doing, but I'll tell you what, I'd be putting out a warning for that. And it didn't look good. So we met with the media, we got everybody in the conference room and said what gives? And it was interesting to hear their feedback. They said, hey, we're doing that because you're not giving us any information before the warning. Yeah, that's incredible. So we tried, remember the American Online, we tried AOL, we tried a couple different things, and we perfected this where we can talk on air. So you literally can feed information straight to the media station, get the emergency manager's information. It was absolutely a game changer, and that started back in about 2001. So I remember that day clearly, and it's just amazing how it's evolved to chat going in the future. Graphics, I mean, it's one thing to tell you that it looks like we'll have a tornado event. It's a whole other thing to be able to get graphics out there, give you the key messages, be able to message the timing. Timing is everything. Every briefing I've ever given, whether it's the President of the United States, it's the Governor, it's an emergency manager in a county, it doesn't matter. The question always is the same questions. It's like, when's it going to start? When's it going to end? And they also said, how bad is it going to get? So we're getting more and more probabilistic information to give you best case scenarios, worst case scenarios, most likely scenarios to make sure you have that type of information for decision making. And that's where the graphics come in, to be able to say, here's the timing. We think it's going to be overnight, which, you think about that keeps the emergency operations centers open. It also ensures that we say the nighttime tornadoes are going to be tougher. So we expect you start looking at the response, first responder response, and that will be at night. It's a more difficult situation. So the messaging, looking at the Mayfield tornado, they keep graphics, the Paducah office messaging 45 minutes ahead of the tornado. Amazing. And it's interesting, the first ever tornado emergency issued by the National Weather Service Paducah was that Mayfield tornado event. And the tornado emergency, and we're seeing some of those last night, yesterday, and today, a tornado emergency basically is when you have full confidence it's on the ground, you're getting reports of it, you're seeing videos of it, and we have capability on our WSR 88D, the Doppler radar. We can actually see debris balls, actually see debris in the actual storm itself. When you see the debris, you know something's happening, and that's the time that we'll start looking at a tornado emergency. It's just amazing the phone calls that the Paducah office made as this tornado was going on. The social media has become a big component. Love it or hate it, it's how so many people get information. I have 3 daughters, and if you know, they're getting all their information on social media. And this is, I joke about this, but it's not a joke. If we can't deliver that message in about 15, 20 seconds, riding a skateboard, drinking an iced tea listening to a Fleetwood Mac song, my kids aren't going to get that information. I poke fun of that, but it's as real as can be. So this generation is literally getting this information on social media. So we also have to be very good at social media. And if we don't, we let all that weird information out there, and maybe information that's not correct, happen. So we have to be there to be the source of some of that, the real credible source of that information on social media. So we as the Weather Service have really embraced it, and so did the Paducah office during the Mayfield tornado event. And the messages on social media were really historical. And I actually remember some of those, really telling people to take shelter now, just begging people to take shelter. And without a doubt, there was a lot of lives lost, but there was lives saved in this event thanks to the office there in Paducah. So I'm really proud of the team there. And also, the eye-to-eye transforming the Weather Service, they provided the on-site support, which I'm really proud of them to be able to go forward. So just kudos to the whole team there as we go forward. Just really, really proud of them in doing that. So the final one here is, look, there's so many ways to get information. The Weather Service here, I'm just proud to lead this team. I mean, here I am outside today and reflecting on all the offices, doing what they're doing. I'm up here doing everything I can to push the Weather Service forward and keep the mission strong as can be. But I'm a field person at heart. I'm the first director. We're going to be 155 years old this year. The National Weather Service has a proud tradition to serve in this country for 155 years. I'm the first director to go from intern to director in our history of 155 years. And I'm just a meteorologist, a frontline forecaster at heart. So I care for this agency so much, and I'm just humbled and proud to lead this agency. So the information that we get, the accurate, timely forecast, the decision support that we give the emergency managers, it's something to be able to give a briefing and watch the actions take place from there. We don't make that ultimate decision, but we have all the science and we put everything into that decision making to enable that good decision that saves lives. And it's the economy part of it. I mean, driving the economy of this country, it's all weather. You can't really have any conversation without talking about the weather, where it's a casual conversation, it's a kids talk, kids study it, you go anywhere, everybody wants to talk about the weather, so it's absolutely incredible. So storm ready programs, evacuations, we talk about fires, we talk about tsunamis, space weather, we talk about floods, tornadoes, you think about hurricanes, you think about the rivers out there, ash. The Weather Service has a really large aviation program. Every weather forecast office in the country issues what's called a terminal airport forecast. It actually looks around the airport and they put out the forecast so the airlines can adjust fuel, go, no-go for airport openings. And even the Aviation Weather Center are proud to have 9 centers, like the National Hurricane Center, Storm Prediction Center, look at Aviation Weather, Environmental Modeling Center, Weather Prediction Center, Climate Prediction Center, and also our Space Weather Center. You look at this entire team, which is amazing. And even look at the aviation, icing and turbulence, you fly anywhere in this country. You know what, your safety has a Weather Service person on the other side of it, keeping you safe and comfortable across all those flights. So just really proud to be able to serve you all. And again, I don't know, Christine, I don't know if you wanted to do any questions, but just really wanted to give people an overview. I hope you have just an incredible conference today. And my heart, my thoughts, my prayers, definitely been praying about it, everybody, just really thinking about all the people impacted. I think I don't know what it's up to now. We got about 16 fatalities. So I think, unfortunately, probably more tonight, but we'll be saving a lot of lives at the same time, really thinking about all those impacted by this storm. So just kind of open it up, Christine, if you want to.
Sure, Ken. Is there any questions out there? Okay, you can talk really loud so Ken can hear you.
How will artificial intelligence affect the Weather Service's work product?
Did you hear that, Ken?
Yeah, I got it. I'm super excited to be able to start looking at artificial intelligence to impact our forecast. What we're really looking at, one of the things is I really want to get to a place where we can run the models more frequently. So you think about some of the universities, the Europeans doing, is we have our physics model, and you're all familiar with them, the GFF and others. 2 main runs twice a day, we need 4 times a day total. I would like to get us to the artificial intelligence to run those hourly. If you can have an hourly model run every single hour and then have the physics model run and then be to make those corrections with the time, I think it's going to be a game changer. There's other things I think with aviation, with the aviation forecast, and on the desk, for instance, the desk when there's a lot of fog, and it's hard to keep up with the observations at every single airport. So I think artificial intelligence will help us maybe make some of those hourly predictions to be able to start looking at, what are those changes with fog, what are those changes associated with those airports. I think it's going to help speed things up. You're always going to have, the meteorologist sitting there really trying to interpret all that other information. But I think AI is really going to help us. And maybe a day like today, when you start looking at the tornadoes, some of these are moving at 50 miles an hour. How can AI help us get ahead of the game and maybe predict some of those patterns and predict some of those storms a little earlier to get that information out? So I'm excited to be able to continue to make that a priority. We're going to really make that a bigger priority over the next couple of years, and I'm excited to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you, Ken. You have time for maybe one more question? Okay. Is anybody else have a question? Yes, young man.
So I was wondering, with now that we have the capability to look at farther away radar sites from one place or another, I know you mentioned before with modems and that, Paducah couldn't really look at Springfield's radar and that kind of thing. Now that we can do that, is there a consideration for maybe some unmanned radar sites that can be ran by Springfield or Paducah, places I think like Hannibal and even population centers like Jefferson City and Columbia that currently we can't get reliable velocity signatures for tornado warnings because they're just too far between radars?
Yeah, we're currently right now working with some companies, Climate Vision and others, to be able to do data buys. So when the private sector puts in radars, we're working with them to be able to have that data. That's just half the story. The other part of the story is, get ready for this one. It's a big one for me, and I've got to still figure out how I'm going to get funding, and might need a lot of support to be able to do this. The WSR 88D, the Doppler radar, the 88D is 1988, and we've done an incredible amount of work to update the radar, including dual pole. We can see the different hypermeteors. It's been a big difference in being able to have some of those upgrades. But here's the reality: it's still a 1988. We replaced a lot of parts. We will probably start seeing some catastrophic failures because there's just old parts that don't make anymore. Think about if you had a 1955 television. It's a good TV. You keep it running, but it's not easy to get that tube. And that 5-cent tube that used to be 5 cents is now $300-400. So that's what's happening with the radar. So the mid-2030s, we're going to have some big failures. So we have just begun. We're in about year 2 of what we're calling the next generation of radar coverage. So basically, we're looking at replacing all the radars, and what you're saying about some of those unstaffed, those radars maybe in between, we're going to work with the private sector to incorporate those radars. But here's the other thing: if it's the next generation of radar coverage, I want to advocate to the Hill and everybody that we're going to need probably more radars. The interesting part is, there's new technology that's not proven yet, like phased array, where there's no moving parts. It's basically a cube, and it shoots that information really quickly. You can actually get about 10-second information, 1-minute data real fast on specific storms, which is a game changer, but they're super expensive. So we may not have a radar network that's basically as homogeneous. It could be heterogeneous in the fact that you can have maybe some of those radars, some other radars in between, and the combination. The forecaster can use AI to be able to put all that together on the screen. They don't care where the data comes from. They're just looking at it to be able to make sure we get the warning out. So it's coming. We're going to need a lot of support, but just realize it's not cheap. I mean, I have to figure out a way to replace the entire radar network in the next 10 years, and that's sure a big feat. But I'm up for it, and we've already started that process.
Thank you so much, Ken. I know that you're a busy man, so we're going to let you go. And thank you so much for spending time with us today. I really appreciate it. I know that, again, it's a busy day just across the country as far as weather is concerned, so we really appreciate it. Everybody, round of applause.
And Christine, I want to take a second to thank everybody in the audience here today. You're there because you care. You're there because you care about the National Weather Service. I care about the Weather Service. And I'll tell you, we're so passionate. Most of us wanted to do this since we were about 5 years old. So I want to appreciate y'all's support and everything. We'd do anything for you. So just appreciate y'all being here at the conference. All right, bye, everybody.
Okay. So, get out of this. All right, Brian, how to get back?
Hit escape.
Oh, I did.
Try function F11.
There we go. All right, last talk. You guys ready? All right, so last talk is done by yours truly, and we're going to run through this fairly quickly. First of all, before I get started, is there a Carl Hubbis in the room? You might need this. Okay, so the last presentation of the day is basically an easy one to digest. How to stay safe. I know, I think Steve and probably John Hart went through some of this with you, but I want to quickly just go through some basic weather safety with you. Just talking about understanding the hazardous weather types, some of the terminology, which everybody in this room is pretty up on that, so I'm probably preaching to the choir. Safety tips, where to get the latest information. As all of you probably know, you may not know by now, that we are a federal government agency. Our parent agency is DOC, Department of Commerce. Under DOC is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, and then the National Weather Service is an agency within NOAA. Now, what you may not know is that there are 122 weather forecast offices scattered about the country, including one in Guam, Puerto Rico, and American Samoa. And each one of these offices serves a portion of a state or portions of multiple states. So the color areas that you see on that map there are the jurisdictions, we call them county warning areas, of each local office. So you notice the county warnings areas out west are a lot larger, and that's mainly based on population. So I want to focus in on Paducah. How many of you is there anybody that is not from the Paducah county warning area? Ooh, we got a lot of them. So find your office. It's basically, I know we had a lot of people from out of state. So thank you for coming from such a long way. We really do appreciate that. So in the Paducah office, as I mentioned earlier, we serve 58 counties, across portions of 4 states: Southeast Missouri, Southern Illinois, Southwest Indiana, and Western Kentucky. So each weather office is going to have a slew of counties that they are responsible for. Okay? Again, the main mission of the National Weather Service is the protection of life and property and enhancing the nation's economy. Our staff at our office locally at Paducah is around 20 or so. And again, as Ken mentioned, we work 24/7, 365. There's 12 forecasters that work rotating shifts, and other management such as myself and Chris, as I mentioned before. We have electronics technicians, we have ITO, we have a service hydrologist, we have an administrative assistant, all people that are there for a core mission of protecting life and property. So again, most of us in this room understand what a severe thunderstorm watch is, what a tornado watch is. But here's my challenge to all of you. Okay, when you go home and you talk with your family and your friends and who you go to church with and your neighbors, educate people. Everybody in this room loves weather. That's why you're here, right? Okay, you get this. Educate somebody. Make it a point over the next year to get somebody to understand what a watch and warning means, to understand what it means to make a plan, to understand what it means to change plans due to weather. That is my challenge for you. as you go home today. But as we all know, severe thunderstorm watches are issued when conditions are favorable. You could have a situation like this where there's a line of storms heading south into the projected watch box, or it could be a beautiful, clear, sunny day and a severe thunderstorm watch is issued and the storms just develop in the watch area. Okay? So before today, before I let you guys cheat, did you guys know what a severe thunderstorm was? The definition? 1 inch in diameter hail or larger, size of a quarter, and or wind gusts 58 miles an hour or greater. So the next time a severe thunderstorm warning is issued or watch is issued, that's what we're trying to tell you. Some of the storms within this watch box may produce hail the size of quarters or larger and or wind gusts to 58 miles an hour or greater. Again, tornado watches, we all know, cover a big area sometimes, can be in effect for a long period of time. Sometimes if you're on the eastern end of that watch, you could be waiting 5-6 hours for that line of storms to get you. Okay? Where do you find information about the watch? Obviously, our social media accounts, our website, no weather radio. How many of you have a weather radio at home? Awesome, awesome. And local media. Okay, can't stress that enough. Hey, conduct frequent checks on the weather. Turn the weather radio on. Okay, you guys have a weather radio, but how many of you actually have the button turned to the on position? Yeah? Okay. Most people, because they don't have it programmed correctly, want to drop kick it out of the window most days, right? Because it's going off all the time. Reputable apps for warnings. Okay? Make sure you download something from your local media. FEMA, Red Cross are all good ones. Monitor the National Weather Service and local TV and radio station social media sites. Having your cell phone charged. I did that last night. I have a cell phone charge, I have an external charger charged just in case, and my power did go out at about 3 in the morning. Think about altering plans. Watch for signs of threatening weather. I know that sounds kind of silly, but how many people do you know in your inner circle that don't pay attention to the weather? Have their proverbial head in the sand, like, oh, it never hits here, we'll be fine. Right? Those are the type of people that get in trouble. And that's why I challenge you with what I said earlier. Again, the warning. Forecasters such as Ryan here would draw the warning box. We call this a polygon. So how many of you have an app that shows you where the actual warning is drawn? Perfect. Right? Do you actually look at the text that goes along with each and every warning that's issued? Okay? When say for instance, Ryan draws this warning up, he's got to basically not type all this. The computer does a lot of that, but he checks it over, adds certain things to it to make it viable. You know, adds whether it's radar indicated or spot on confirmed, things like that. And there's a lot of information at the bottom of the warning. Everything below these ampersands, the weather radio does not read. Okay, so this is very interesting information down here that would be especially helpful in determining the severity of a storm. You notice this one says destructive. Why does it say destructive? Anybody know? Because we got 80 mile an hour gusts in there. If you have 80 mile an hour gusts or baseball-sized hail, that thunderstorm damage threat tag is going to say destructive. And that is the only type of severe thunderstorm warning that will activate your cell phones. Okay, tornado warnings, again, same idea. We draw the warning up, we put some input into the text, and the computer spits this out for us. And again, I'm thinking back to the days, and Ryan can attest to this, back in 2000 when you typed up the warning, you would print up on the printer, you grab it off the printer, you go in the radio room, you read it on the radio, all that took too much time, right, Ryan? And now he issues a warning and boom, within seconds it's being played on your weather radio. That's technology, even in 25 years that we've increased trying to get that frequency out. Again, put your plan of action in place immediately. I know your first thought is to go look out the window and see if you can see it, right? Don't do that. Okay? Continue to monitor local media. Again, they're getting constant information from the National Weather Service, whether it's warnings, whether it's information at NWS chat, and they're relaying that to you on the air. Battery-powered radio, I know that seems like something from the 1950s, but sometimes if the power goes out, you may not have any other source of information besides your battery-powered radio, your weather radio, or your cell phone to keep you up to date. Many stations do go live on Facebook, or they have some type of feed built into their Facebook page that allows you to continue to watch them, even though you're not watching on TV. This is a big one, okay? Back on December 10th, I spent probably 3 months doing groundwork on surveys. I talked to a lot of people, and you'd be amazed the people that I came across that said, yeah, I got your warning 30 minutes before the tornado hit. You know, Trent Oberson was on TV, or Grant Day was on TV, you know, with their tie undone and everything, telling me to get to shelter. And I'm like, and? He's like, well, you know, I don't know, I just didn't do anything. I'm like, so how are you still alive? Your house is gone, you know? And he's like, well, Mima called me and told me if I don't get my butt to the basement, she's going to be upset with me. I'm like, okay, so it's Mima. So it's people calling people in the path of these storms, you know, to trigger them to go. Sometimes that's what it takes. And I found that very powerful, you know, that you might be that one phone call that maybe within seconds of somebody losing their life. So just something to keep in mind. So hail. Obviously hail is mostly a problem for property, right? Cars, houses, unless you're this guy. Yeah, owls, right. Got outside, caught outside in a golf ball size hail. That's gonna leave a mark. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay? So as far as wind is concerned, I'm not going to read all this to you. You guys can scan through that. But even a mobile home, if that wind is hitting broadside, can do a lot of damage and hurt people. You know, think about if you had your children on the second floor of this home when that storm came through. I was thinking about that last night when those storms came through Paducah, and I could hear the wind and the hail hitting my house, wondering, okay, when am I going to hear a crack and hear a tree come down? But with severe thunderstorms, people don't take severe thunderstorms as seriously as they probably should. Winds of 60 miles an hour can do a lot of damage depending on, you know, how old your roof is, how dead your trees are that are next to your house, all those kinds of things, and that's all things to think about. Lightning. Okay? We don't issue warnings for lightning, and I'm amazed that I'm still finding research that says people are still taking refuge under trees during a thunderstorm. I kind of learned that in the 5th grade. I don't know about you guys, but there's no place outside that's safe during a thunderstorm. I don't care if you're under a pavilion. I don't care if you're under a carport. You're still susceptible to lightning. And, you know, the kids that I taught to, I said, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to a storm to be struck by lightning. That's easy to remember, right? When thunder roars, go indoors. I'm not going to make you repeat it like I do the kids. Don't worry. But, okay. Flash flood watch, flash flood warning. Pretty self-explanatory, right? We issue a lot of flash flood watches. A lot of rain in a short period of time on saturated grounds is never going to be a good thing. And that's one of the things that forecasters look for. Okay? Again, turn around, don't drown. You can't see the road surface a lot of times underneath that water. You don't know how deep that water is. You don't know if there's anything lurking in that water that might tangle you up. If that water is swiftly moving, do not even think about messing with it. How many of you guys have been rolled over by a wave at the beach? A lot of you, right? That's powerful stuff. So as little as 6 inches of water can move and knock you off your feet. And 18 to 24 inches of moving water can move large SUVs. Yes, even your big pickup truck with the dually wheels and the lift. Okay? That is a problem. People think that they're invincible because they think their car is heavy enough. Okay? You've got boats that float. Your car will float with enough water. Okay? Oops. Tornado safety. I show this picture because I think it's very illustrative of what debris is. We're only about half a block from that tornado. What do you notice about this picture? What are these things flying around? Boards, trees. That is what's going to hurt or kill you in a tornado. Right? So how do you protect yourself from all that flying debris? And in the case of a very violent tornado, how do you minimize your chances of being literally sucked out of your house? Okay? Things to think about. This is a home in Greenland, Kentucky, toward the tail end of the tornado in Muhlenberg County, Kentucky. And the only reason this man and his daughter survived this tornado is because they had this built-in shelter underneath the slab. And that's pretty amazing. This is in Dawson Springs, another hard-hit area in western Kentucky. And this was the shelter that they built afterwards. So the key with tornadoes, as we all know, underground. If you can't be underground, at least be in the middle of the house on the lowest floor. Putting as many walls between you and the outside. Okay? Getting up underneath something sturdy such as a workbench or a table, something like that, so if debris falls on top of you, you're going to be okay. This is a very scary picture here. This was last April, I think April, sometime last year, it was either April or July, in Indiana. And I'll show you the outside of the house in a minute. But there was a couple sitting on this couch right here when this happened. It's a tornado. They had no idea it was happening. The warning was out. Didn't hear it. Either didn't hear it or didn't pay attention to it. They were pretty shook up, so I didn't push it. But they were sitting right there. And that's what the outside of the house is like. Right? So think about it. If you were down here, would you have been okay? Yeah. Just so happened this tree here snapped with the tornado and landed in the house, and they were inches away from being seriously hurt if not killed. No. This is, I think, Warwick County. So again, stay low, get underneath something sturdy, put as many walls between you and the outside. This was in 05, and Evansville. Notice that the second floor is still standing, but only the middle portion of that house on the second floor. All the windows are blown out. Wear long pants. If you're going to have a to-go bag, have a pair of sneakers in there. Have a flashlight. You never know when you might need something. Don't forget your pets. Okay, I have 4 kitty cats at home, and we had all the carriers out in case we needed to take them downstairs. Okay? Mobile homes, not a safe place to be in a tornado. I have seen several tied down mobile homes that fare a little bit better, but in a stronger tornado, they're no match. Now, this was in an EF3 or F3 tornado back in 05. This would not be a fun ride in a car. This was an EF2. Old video, but oldie but a goodie. Would you survive that? Probably. You'd be traumatized for quite a while, though. Okay, planning your day around the weather. Okay, probably everybody in this room is into the weather. They know to keep track of it and all that. So I'm preaching to the choir here. But, and I think this was mentioned earlier about, you know, we're all streaming Spotify or some other type of music in our cars. Well, turn on a local radio station. Ashley just talked about how much work that they do at the radio stations to get you the latest information. I'm at home, we're either streaming DVR or Netflix or something like that. If you're in a watch situation, may not be the time to catch up on Game of Thrones, right? There's another thing. Now, I was just driving to a restaurant with my family one day, and I noticed that Google will put up if the route you're taking from point A to point B, if you are in a warning, it will show it there. You may not know exactly where the warning is drawn, but you know there's a possibility of something happening. And again, you're driving into an area, you're like, well, that doesn't look good. Stop. You don't know what you're driving into. Are you geographically challenged? Do you know what county you live in? Do you know what counties surround you? So that when Grant Day is talking about Monroe County, I wouldn't know where Monroe County is, to be honest with you. Do you know when he's talking about that, is that 2 counties away from you? 1 county away from you? Okay? It's very important, especially with live coverage, because sometimes they zoom in so close that you don't know, like, where is that? Okay? Creating an emergency kit. Again, everybody's situation, there's 2 of my 4 babies. Everybody's emergency kit's going to be a little bit different, right? You might have somebody that's wheelchair bound. Maybe you have somebody that's deaf in your household. Everybody's going to have a different plan as what they're going to do and where they're going to go. And so it's important that you develop a plan that works for you. There's not a one-size-fits-all. And so the time to do that is ahead of that severe weather event. Here's some ideas on things to have with you. Again, it's all going to depend on what your needs are. Maybe you have prescriptions that you need every day. And if the house gets destroyed, you can't find those, that's not going to be a good thing. Rotate your stock. Now, this is something I'm thinking about doing too, is taking pictures of important documents. And I kind of ran into this with December 10th. People are like, I lost everything. I don't even have my driver's license. And you really stop to think about it, like, man, have I lost everything? There's no record of me proving who I am, right? Kind of scary to think about. How many of you are familiar with the website? Awesome. So one of the things I get asked all the time, oh, you're a meteorologist, what's that cool weather apps you got on your phone? And I usually disappoint people by saying, I don't have any apps on my phone for weather. You believe that? It's true. And I'll show you why. So this is Paducah's website. You click on this map right here with one click of a button, you get a detailed 7-day forecast put out by forecasters such as Ryan every single day. And that's what, so you click on a point here, this comes up, 7-day forecast in graphical format, text format, current conditions, links to any watch warning advisories up there. There's my phone, there's a screenshot from my phone, that's all my weather stuff. One app and bookmarks. This is that. That's all I need. Another website that you might want to write down or take a screenshot of or take a picture of is this one. It's not advertised very well, I don't know why, but this is the same premise as our website, but on this map up here, you can zoom in to street level. And you can tap on where you want to live. I did Murphysboro up here for you guys. And with one click of the button, one tap of the button, you get the current forecast in hourly format. And I'm not even showing you all of it here. One click of the button, you got every piece of data that the forecasters spend all that time putting together for you. You got also the time it was updated, which is also very, very nice. Graphical weather stories. How many of you guys look at those? Down here on the bottom left? Okay? There's up to 5 tabs with the data here. Those are those graphics I was showing you earlier on the December 10th, all those graphics that the forecasters were pumping out. Either down here, or there's going to be a box up here with information. That's where that DSS packet is located, in the upper right-hand corner. Again, social media. How many of you guys are following us on Facebook and or X? Okay? As you saw today, there's a lot of information that we send out on our social media platforms. Even if you just create an account to follow weather and nothing else, might be something to consider. Okay, more than one way to receive warnings. We talked about weather radio. Who can tell me what SAME is? Anybody?
Specific area messaging code.
You got it. If I had a gold star, I'd give it to you, but I don't. Specific area messaging coding. That means you can program in just the county or counties that you want it to go out for. Right? You live in Jackson County, you want to maybe do Jackson, and then a couple of counties give you a little bit of a buffer. Okay? Because some of these transmitters cover a pretty big area, and it will go off a lot if you don't do that. Download Radar app from your phone. There are dozens of radar apps out there, free and paid. Check them out, find one that works for you. Again, we talked about that earlier. Hey, Jackson County, is Orville still here?
Iggy's out there.
Oh, he's out there. We talked about this at the roundtable, or the panel discussion about having reverse 911. You can sign up. Most counties in Southern Illinois have that. And we talked about outdoor warning sirens. They're not meant for people who are indoors. Okay, wireless emergency alerts. We talked about this earlier about severe thunderstorm warnings. The high-end severe thunderstorm warnings, all tornado warnings should go off on your phone if you have it enabled. Every phone and every carrier, like Apple, not carrier, but Apple versus Android, you gotta go to your settings and make sure that they're turned on. And your phone has to be on for you to receive these wireless emergency alerts. If you're ever curious about them, just Google wireless emergency alerts and all kinds of web pages will come up for you guys to look at that. But that is all I have for you guys. And do you have any questions for me? Lots of fun. Yeah.
How do you keep up with the amount of things you can do schedule-wise and things like that? You're everywhere all at once.
Yes. Yeah. I try to be in 2 places at once if possible. I have amazing staff people that work. Oh yeah. So basically he says, how do I do so much and get it all done? I have amazing staff to help me. This program you guys are all sitting in wouldn't be possible without Ryan. You have to delegate off some duties in my position. I can't do it all. There's too many programs to run, and that was one of the first things that Steve taught me when he gave me this job, is you can't do it all. You have to delegate. And so we're one team. We're one team, and that's how it works. Thanks for the question. Yes, ma'am.
What's the difference between the type of local radar you showed and the radars that have kind of a tan background and you see blue, which are a lot more confusing to try to interpret than the type you showed?
She's asking about the different types of radar. You mean like the one you find on the website, maybe?
I think she's talking about reflectivity versus velocity.
The colors on the radar?
I'm talking about, you may decide to go to a radar in another state.
Yes.
And it's not the same radar that we see here. It has kind of a tan background and a pale blue blotches, which I suppose are equivalent to the kind of radar you showed. It's much more
probably the platform that radar imagery is being displayed on, I guess is what she's saying. So depending on where you download the radar data from, if you're downloading it on a website, or they're downloading it on, app A versus app B, it's going to look different. It's just the way that the data is, what's the word I'm looking for?
No, this is on your site.
Oh, like the radar on our website?
Yeah, there seems to be two different kinds of radar images.
I do know, I don't look at the radar on our website because I just don't find it useful as much as I download the radar app. But I think there's a standard version and a base version, I believe. Mikey, do you know? Do you use the radar app on our radar on our phone? I'd have to get back to you that. I'm not really sure. Maybe you can show me what you're talking about. Yeah. Anything else? All the way in the back. So she asked about tours and tours for like homeschools. Absolutely. There's my email. Just email me if you're in the Paducah area. Otherwise, if you're not, there's counterparts of my position at every office. So if you're not from the Paducah office, then I can get you in contact with somebody that can of yours. Yep, I think I got a homeschool group coming in later on this month, I think. Yep. Yes.
National Weather Service out of Detroit. I noticed when you pull up the 7-day forecast, it's like AccuWeather, and right under it, there's a link that's the National Weather Service. I don't know why that is.
On their website?
Yeah. I don't know why, but you have to click on the link to get the actual National Weather Service.
You'd have to show me because that doesn't make sense. Anything else? I know we've had a long day, so I know Steve was thinking about doing a question and answer. Are you still interested in that? Kind of doing it now? Yes, I'll leave that.
How old is the term PDS? It's something that I've heard in the last few days. I remember never heard before.
PDS, like PDS Watch?
Yeah, potentially get into a situation.
Gosh, I mean, it's been around for as long as I can remember. Probably at least since, 07, 08. I'd have to look that up for you. Wish John was still here. What else? Yeah.
Getting into a little bit of history, kind of going on with that. The tornado emergency, if I understand correctly, was kind of an on-the-fly decision by the, I think, Norman office during the 99 Bridge tornado. Was it like immediate after that, or did it have to go through a lot of administration to get to be a nationally used thing?
Anytime you do something like that, that's going to be national across the board, it's going to take time. And I remember it was actually Joplin in 2011 that a lot of that kind of came to fruition because they were like, how do we tell people this is your normal tornado warning? How do we tell people this is a massive, mile-wide EF4, EF5 tornado? And I think that was the event, as far as I remember, that was the event was to have the proxy for, we need to do something about impact-based warnings. And that's kind of where that stemmed from. Yes, sir.
Besides just the speed of the scan, do those phased array radars have any other benefits besides just the speed?
I'm not an expert on phased array, but having that data instantaneously is absolutely the only benefit I can think of that would make a difference for us because it's no moving parts. It's not as many moving parts, so not as many things breaks on them. So that was another thing I was going to mention. Multiple levels, I think. You can scan anything you want. So, yep.
I remember last year hearing about they were going to be reviewing the current enhanced Vegeta scale and maybe making some recommendations to update it. Have you heard any updates regarding that or when that can be implemented?
It's basically ongoing right now. They are. Go ahead, Steve.
It's live. I mean, it's not something that's set in stone. It's people also.
Right. Like they're giving us new, we call DIs or damage indicators. So, like if I have a damaged church, I don't have a thing in the scale to choose church. I have to kind of choose something that's kind of like that. So they're giving us more options for more everyday objects that are in places that are getting damaged to help us better understand the wind speeds that are associated with that damage. So, yep.
So, obviously the tri-state tornado remains the record of the longest, most destructive tornado it's here in the Midwest. Tornado Alley is supposedly always been known to be Oklahoma and Kansas, but they've been hearing in recent years that people are saying Tornado Alley is shifted to Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Southern Illinois. Is there any truth to that, or is that
I love this question. So I wish I had a graph to show you, but when I got into the Weather Service in early 2000, we were out, we keep track of tornadoes, number of tornadoes in our county warning area. I say we opened our office in 95. So I use 95 as a starting point. From 95 through, let's say, 2001, we had an average maybe 20-ish tornadoes. 2024, we're now up to 30. Does that mean we're seeing more tornadoes? Maybe. But let's take a look at what else is going on. How many storm spotters do we have in 1996? How many people had these and took pictures of everything that they saw and sent it to me? How many straight line wind events in the mid to late 90s did we maybe misdiagnose and they should have been tornadoes? Because we didn't know. Nowadays, let's say Ryan's on the radar and he's like, we don't have any reports, but I really think there's a tornado track here. I'm like, okay, draw me a map, I'll go check it out. Most times I'm going to find that tornado that nobody reported. But he had the wherewithal to say, I really think there probably could have been one here based on the radar data that you're looking at. So the radar data is better, and we understand the radar data better. So those are just a few factors that I think could potentially explain that. Are we seeing more tornadoes? I'm not going to say no, but I'm just saying there's other things I think we need to take a look at that may have increased those numbers over the last 30 years.
There was a question earlier today about the frequency of EF5 tornadoes.
Yeah.
And why we haven't seen one in a long time, so
Okay, how much time we got? Since I'm recently not in the office, I've had more time to read, and I found a paper written by a guy named Harold Brooks, and he's a big name in meteorology, well respected. He did a study with two other authors, and they went back and they looked at tornadoes all the way back from 1900 forward. And statistically, you can look at it and you can see there should be X number of F5 tornadoes, and it matched beautifully from 1900 to about 2005. And then after 2005, the F5s dropped off. So what they did was they messed around with it a little bit, and they lowered the, in 2007, I believe, was when we went to the EF scale. So things, because we've got better engineering, we can put things in a wind tunnel and see how they fly, and when they break, blah, 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 blah. There's more science involved in it than when Ted Fujita first did this in the 60s, and, he was more, it was more objective back then. So we've gotten better about things, but that impacted, so we didn't tie it in very well, it doesn't look like. And so what Dr. Brooks said in his thing, if we just lower the 5 scale down to 195, all of a sudden all those numbers come right into, so it's like 5 miles an hour is what we're talking. At 200 is a 5, at 195, Mayfield we rated at 195 in several places. And there's been several, and they showed the ones through the years that would have, they were high-end F4, and if you lowered it, you brought it up, and statistically it matches what happened for all the rest of the time. So we made a change, and we thought it was good, but it may not be. It may be slightly needs to be adjusted, and then the scale can be adjusted. But that's not up to me, that's up to a panel of people we were just talking about. The EF scale panel would look at that and decide if that's worthy. So we're scientists, so we're looking at, we know this, we can be better, it's just got to keep looking.
Yes?
If that was adjusted to that 5 mile an hour difference, would they go back and reassign the EF5 label to, or
Don't know. Maybe, but you're dealing with this data set that you can't keep messing with it. People use it to research, and they know the known biases and all that, and they work with those when they research. So, anything else? Yes, sir.
Maybe 25 years ago, I did away with the weather radio, because I got tired of being woken up in the middle of the night, and not able to go back to sleep.
Yep.
or an Amber Alert for a missing kid from Chicago.
I got an answer for
I'd
you.
like to be within 100 miles of Pike County, and certainly know where to meet out to the boondocks now.
I hear you.
Has that practice been done away with?
At night, I think we turned them off. But we don't get too many Amber Alerts anymore that we put over the weather radio, do we? Once in a while. But I got an answer for you that'll stop that. If you get one of those radios, those SAMEs, some of the radios are programmable. So that means you can go through each of the products that are in the radio, and you can disable the Amber Alerts. And it will never go off anymore. So check that out.
Christine, the first PDF was issued April 2nd, 1982, which included the Paducah weather radio area
There you
by
go.
Robert H. Johnson.
That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Yep.
One other question, talking about the SAME radios, I noticed in the recent years, they used to be based on the county, they even have a sub-county, like sectional. Do they utilize that?
Yes, I think Davis County, Kentucky played with that a little bit, but that's not something that's very widespread, at least in our area. Maybe other areas, but I know some counties played with it, but I don't know how far they got. Yeah, I remember years ago, and I think my predecessor and I talked about this, like, wouldn't it be great if one day they had a display on weather radios to be able to show the graphic of the outline of the polygon, you know, and that was, years ago, and it's like, I think they're finally coming up with that technology. The thing is, it's going to be so expensive to build that people wouldn't buy it, but maybe they're coming up with easier ways to do that, I don't know, but that's cool. Anything else? Anything else for Ryan about the tri-state tornado? Absolutely. Ryan, stand up, my friend. Well, I just want to thank each and every one of you for joining us today. Did you all learn something today? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Find it worth your while to come down here and spend the day with us? Oh, yeah. Awesome. So, Brian, will you give me that piece of paper in my purse, please? So I don't forget. Right there. Yep. That one right there. That raggedy piece of paper. Thank you. Brian?
It should be on the City of Murphysboro's YouTube page.
Okay, I knew they were streaming it live, but they'll have it.
Yes, anything we stream live should be there after the event's over.
Okay, I just want to remember to say a few thank yous. So I want to thank our presenters, Steve, our moderator, our panelists, our booth participants outside for their time, effort, participation, and effort. I would like to also give a shout out not only to Ryan here, but the whole National Weather Service team back at the office, whom, some of them were supposed to be here, but they could not be here today for the weather. They all put in a lot of hard work beyond Ryan and I to make this event a success. And lastly, thank you, Brian, for everything. You've been absolutely amazing. We can give Brian a thanks for us. This went smoothly because of him, so I appreciate everything you've done to make this come off as smoothly as possible. And with that, thank you all so much. Please be safe getting home, and thanks again for coming.
Thank you.